What is up, everybody? Alright, time to hopefully finish 6.5. I'm pretty sure we're near the end. We've got a big zerg of trash mobs we have to deal with, though, like 2 chapters of it, so that'll be a pain in the butt, but I don't even know why they make you do this part. It's really silly. I'll get to 200 Camelot medals. Why not? And Pop, thank you for the 5 months Pop stream. Thank you for 5 months. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you, thank you. Reasonable name, although I still no capital letters for the name and the word change, but alright. Time to just get through all this trash nonsense. A lot of these fights, you just have to last 6 turns, and like no matter what you do, you're not gonna win like faster than that. I don't think there's much fun to be had on any of these stages gameplay-wise, so... Rats, by the way. You know what, though, we'll use them real quick just cuz. See if they can survive 6 turns, but what we'll probably do is just bring a setup to Zerg through it really quickly. Because it's really boring and dumb. Hey, Legend. Excuse me, I'm yawning. Yeah, the amount of trash mobs we are about to fight is truly ridiculous. Oh shit, got crazy bitch to 10-10-10. We'll have to test her out, see how she does. We'll do that potentially on the way here. Well, they don't give you a lot of freedom in the upcoming stages. Like a boss fight with her, you can't summon a support, you have to bring Siegfried, he has to be in the front row, and all that stuff. I don't know why they just zoomed in on her boobs there, but okay. Watch us fight a bunch of classes that counter the rats. Would be the rider. Oh god, this one is actually, I think, different than the other ones. Most of these you have to like live 6 turns. This one I think you have to kill 10 enemies or something like that in the time limit, so... Soloing is pretty terrible for that. Doesn't help that we got 1 card. At least kill this berserker. So it's either we have to kill 10 enemies or it is pretty hard to live until the turns are up. Let's see. I can tell the, I need to restart the game though. The sprites are warped. So let me do that. That bugs me so much, I like have to fix it or it'll like drive me insane. I don't even know why, it's just sometimes when you hook this whole setup up, the game's like resolution is messed up, and like you can really tell in the character faces they're like really warped, like you can't like see their mouth and stuff. It's all pixelated. I find normally if you just turn it off and on again, it normally works. Yeah, honestly, 6.5 has been one of my least favorite chapters in terms of gameplay, which really sucks because I actually really like it in terms of like the cast and the like the settings, you know, kind of normal, and so I like that. But Yeah, the gameplay sucks. Not only is it really easy, there's no hard stages. There's nothing. And then, like, so even the few stages that are like kind of boss fights, you have no freedom to like have fun with it because they're like, oh, you have to bring this and you have to bring this. I don't get the point of that kind of thing. It seems to be a trend, and I'm worried that FGO is going to do that from now on, where you know, for the major boss fights, they force you to bring certain characters. Like since Lostbelt 6, and like with Moriarty, they make you bring 2 units. And for Siegfried's wife, you have to bring in 1 force unit. But sometimes it's more than that. Like in Lostbelt 6, they even did a full team once, and like 5 units and 4 units. They do that like a lot, and they made you bring 4 units a few times. I don't really like that. I mean, I don't like that at all. There's nothing. I don't see. There's no defense of that kind of crap. It's like. And I keep seeing this argument like over and over again that people are like, oh, it's story stuff, it's to make it more immersive, blah 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 blah. That's fucking stupid because like the story hasn't changed, right? Siegfried is no more important to this story than actually he's less important than Bedivere is to Camelot, right? Camelot was pretty much all about Bedivere, and you could bring Bedivere as a story support in every single boss fight. But they didn't make you, right? Like, there's that kind of lack of freedom just makes the game less fun. If you want to use the story supports, more power to you, that's fine. And like 5.5 gave the story support special gimmicks for like lore stuff or to just make it easier and that kind of thing. Like Kentoki got a bunch of special bonuses in 5.5. But they still didn't make you bring him. It's like, yes, if you brought him, he got special stuff, and like against Ibuki, he gave the whole team guts and things like that. Kind of like how you see gimmicks for the units in like Lostbelt 6 with Castoria doing the first skill every 3 turns and stuff like that, right? So you can still do all that nifty stuff, but you don't have to force it on people. It's like, it's so presumptuous, and it's like acting like you know best for your player base. Like, oh, they're gonna have more fun if we force them to be immersive, and then like we have to, you know, we've done these special gimmicks for them, so we have to like make sure they see it, right? Because they're too stupid to do it on their own, and yeah, this is the right way to do it. Like, it's just dumb. Especially one of the biggest draws of this game is getting your favorite units and leveling up your own roster, and like, what the fuck is the point of grailing units and getting their skills to 10, 10, 10 and bowing them and giving them faux pas and all these, you know, bonuses if it doesn't matter, right? Like, well, you're just gonna use all these story supports anyway, so it's like, what the fuck? It's just weird. It's like it's not like Castoria, you know, is more important in Lostbelt 6 than even Drake in Oceanus, right? Yeah, it just feels, yeah, you can use them in Ember dailies, yeah, that's the part to it. I remember someone actually made that argument, like I brought up, and, you know, when you, like, for example, if they had a new unit to the game, right, and, like, you really liked them, you roll on them, and you level them up and stuff, you want to go use them for something, you know, like, that was an argument for, like, story replay and that kind of thing. But they were like, well, you can use them, just go do Ember farming, and they were serious, they weren't joking. And they're like, what's the difference? I mean, they really didn't get it, and, like, it's crazy. Okay, so hopefully I have not been paying attention, but I'm hoping the reinforcements don't show up immediately, because we need a turn where we don't get punched in the face, because we're about to die here. We actually might lose this regardless, like one turn before the ending. Yep, 5-2, forced And here's how I see it, right? I don't mind, because like Demeter and Zeus are harder because you don't get to summon a friend. And that's fine, that doesn't really bother me. Like, if they want them to be standout bosses, if they want you to have to like beat things on your own every once in a while, that's fine. No, not an issue. My issue is like with those fights, not only do you have to bring Canis, but she has to be in the front row. Right, regardless of if Canis is useful or not, that's just annoying. What if I want to do a setup like Mori, Shingon, and Mozart, right? Like that's a typical Mori setup. But you can't, right? And then there's no guarantee that Canis is going to die before Mori to get Mozart in there or whatever. So the whole team doesn't work now, right? It just gives you less freedom. Right? It's not interesting. It's not like, oh, you gotta adapt. You're not adapting. You're just more limited, right? Like, it's obvious how to fight Demeter anyway, but now your options to approach it are so much smaller. and same for Zeus. You know, Zeus isn't as bad because, you know, although Romulus isn't super helpful, he's not useless. But what if you don't want to use him and you want to do some other specific kind of setup, right? It's not like the boss fight is like unbeatable if you don't bring Mash and Romulus, right? The fight's completely beatable without those things. Like Mash has a special gimmick. I swear their whole shtick is like when they give Mash a special gimmick, they want to make sure you see it. You know, it can't be enough for like a menu to pop up that says like, hey, Mash has these special effects if you bring her. But you don't have to bring her, right? But they're trying to force feed you this crap so you have like the right experience. Which is like why, that's what a book is for, not a fucking video game. Alright, so I need to kill everything or I'm probably going to die. The problem is, okay, I guess I have to keep the Saber alive. But there's no way I'm killing the Saber and the Rider. So, I'm not even sure I'm gonna kill the Rider, but we'll try. But yeah, if they don't want you to summon a friend, that's fine. And when you do that, by all means, give the player the option to summon a story support that maybe has a gimmick or whatever. But then also allow that. Wow, we didn't even kill the one in the back that had like no health. That's pretty pathetic. We didn't have our damage up. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Thank goodness the archer buffed or we would have died there. Okay, so no, we had to kill one more enemy, I think. I think we had to kill, like, get it down to 90. So we could have won right there, but we just did no damage. I like how there's no way to tell if you're supposed to survive those turns or if you're supposed to kill. Because there's no indicator. Like, there's nothing. It doesn't tell you, oh, one more enemy to go, two more enemies to go. It doesn't do that. It's pretty fucking stupid. And it doesn't even make sense. And then like later on, they just make you, I'm just gonna summon like something and throw in the back row, I don't even care. But later on, they make you just live a certain number of turns, and it doesn't matter like what you accomplish, like killing wise. What's annoying about that though is like if we would have won if we had gotten better hands at the beginning. Those two hands where we got nothing done because our taunts took all the cards. Those were the kills that we needed to have won because we only needed like 1 or 2 more kills. By the way, when you beat Lostbelt 6.5, if you have Charlemagne, just like with Vortigern, after you beat Lostbelt 6, if you wanted to unlock his 3rd ascension, you had to do a special stage. By the way, the graphics are still messed up. This is driving me crazy. I think I have to like reset my phone or something. Give me a second. Let me see if I can. Sometimes you can fix it by just like resetting it on OBS, but we'll see. Nope. Okay, hold on. This you can't even see it that well on the stream because Twitch's bitrate is trash, but I cannot stand it, so I gotta fix it or it'll drive me crazy all stream. You can tell if I record a video and I don't like fix it, then you can see it in the video really clearly. I need to get that new splitter and see what makes a difference, because that's, I think, what's wrong. It's like sometimes the sound is messed up, sometimes the video is messed up. Anyway, so yeah, you beat Lostbelt 6, you can do a stage to unlock Vortigern's, Oberyn Vortigern's 3rd stage, and you can't get his 3rd stage otherwise. And it's the same thing for Charlemagne with 6.5. And it's cool, the boss fight you do in order to unlock it is actually harder than any boss fight in 6.5 by a lot. It's like a ruler fight, he's got a bunch of gimmicks, 3 health bars, million health, and like some pretty nasty gimmicks. What sucks is, one, you have to have Charlemagne and all this nonsense in order to do that boss fight. And also, as the boss is Charlemagne in his 3rd stage, but his name is Carl, right? Like from Extella Link, which pretty much just confirms that they're probably not adding Carl to the game. Because I already figured his 3rd stage was kind of a reference to that. And that was like kind of them being like, hey, it's like Dante and Smash Brothers with the Wii costume, guys. It's totally the same thing. And yeah, because of that, I don't think they're gonna add Carl because he's named Carl there. The stage kind of is a similar like vibe or style. to how Carl is. So yeah, I don't think he's getting added. And I don't know, maybe way down the line, but I don't think they have any plans to do that. I don't know why though. I don't get it. There's all these like characters that they just seem to be like, no, right? Like, yeah, we'll add Spartacus and Atalante and all these characters from the other established works, but then like Buddha, Carl, Archimedes, you know, a lot of the stuff like that. They're just like, nope, we're not doing it. And I kind of wonder, like in the early days, I think they felt like obligated to just add like the cast from the various Fate works to the game, right? Like they felt like, oh yeah, well we're supposed to add all the characters from Fate Zero, Fate Sinai, Fate Epoch, you know, all that. So they just added them, right? And the early days of FGO, it wasn't as popular, didn't make nearly as much money. It means the executives don't care as much. You know, it's more like a cash grab. But now that the game has got a lot of eyes on it, a lot of big companies involved, and they actually care. It always had big companies involved, but you know they actually care a lot now. I feel like they're not. They just don't want to add things like Archimedes because it's like, yeah. First off, he's an antagonist, and like if we want to make that feel right, we have to put effort into like when he's added and like make an event story or something. And they don't think he's gonna sell very well, and they're like, yeah, fuck it, right? They're just like, who cares, right? Just like with Carl, same thing. Like, yeah, just put it on Charlemagne. That's good enough, right? Oh, this is the wrong account. Well, while I'm over here, I might as well make a blue apple. Man, I got 76 of these things. I would have used a lot of them in the story to like fight the bosses over and over again if the bosses had been any good. I still did fight like Moriarty. Like after I beat him the first time, I reset. You know, I fought him a few times just to mess around with some stuff. And I did that with a couple of the fights, but not much. Like way less than normal. And it's not because I'm like I don't want to play FGO. It's just because the bad boss fights. Yeah, if I needed the new mats, I'd probably use them farming that too, actually. That picture saying, I didn't realize though he had different animations in that stage. I didn't know that. I'll have to check that. Although let me guess, I can't check that. I'm assuming he's just like for like literally no reason he's going to be like Vortigern where you can't you can't support summon the third stage. So I figure it's like that. His NP is the same, animations are different, like normal attacks are different. Okay, finally the graphics aren't completely fucked up. They're still a little fugly, but it's way better. Like what it looked like for me before was like I mean, it's still a bit messed up, but I'll just deal with it. Anyway, Gilgamesh's mouth is just like a pixelated mess. I think there's just something wrong with my splitter. I think that's the reason I've been having all these weird problems. I need to get that sorted. Let's see. So these are actually weak to Aya. These, because they're all servants technically, they all have weak to Enema Leash as a trait. I don't think the Hassan, you know, assassin guy like looks bad. Like it's right. I think it's fine. I think the problem is just his animations are so crap. And like, yeah, he's kind of like a knockoff Hassan, but that's literally what the class card is. And that's because I actually think they did that all really correctly with no weird plot stuff going on. Now, obviously, every Fate story just contrives some whole bullshit nonsense. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, they never have a normal Grail War. But in a vanilla, normal circumstance, if there's no rule breaking, there's nothing strange going on, when you summon an assassin, it has to be an Hassan. That's a thing. They said that in Fate Stay Night. That's always been a thing. But it's like a rule break when you summon one that's not. And they kind of explained that. Now, they didn't think of this at the time, obviously, because they didn't have the grand summoning system in mind at the time. But as Natsu has said in an interview, all of the grands, you have many candidates that can be summoned as like the Grand Archer, the Grand Rider, and which one of them gets summoned is just depending on like the time period, the location, right? Blah 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 blah. That will influence which one gets summoned. Anyway, but for Assassin, he said specifically for Assassin, only King Hassan can be summoned. He's the only one. And that kind of explains why, because like the Grail War summoning system is like derivative of the Grand summoning system. So the fact that King Hassan is the only Grand assassin candidate, then the normal assassins could only be Hassans, right? And they're the only one like that. Like, and I noticed it when I first watched like Fate Stay Night, and I read the visual novel like on the Blade Works and Heaven's Feel and all that shit. I noticed that the class card, right, and also Fate Zero was out, because the book was out anyway. And so again, you had Justin Hassan again for the assassin, you had Curse Armor and Heaven's Feel, and he's the proper one. I noticed that the class card was kind of weird in that, like, Saber isn't like a specific thing. Saber is just a knight, like the class card, right? It's just a knight. It's like a generic knight, that's the point, right? And that's true for all of them, except the assassin, which for some reason is just an Hassan, right? It's not like some vague assassin, it's literally an Hassan with the skull mask and everything, right? That really stands out as strange. So they've kind of always done that, right? They've kind of always done that with the assassin class. It's just kind of weird like that. And I actually like that in this, that it kind of shows like the generic class-based, class card-based servants, like pseudo-servants, are the assassin ones all look like kind of knockoff Hassans, right? That makes complete sense. Where all the other ones aren't like that. All the other ones are more like generic archetypes. I think that's actually sticking to like the series well, so I like that. I guess I didn't give Gwaine the right starting MP. I'm sure they're gonna come up with a reason though, someone else to eat whatever. Like, they're not gonna tell you the various qualifications to be Grand Assassin. They might tell you one, but they're never gonna explain it because they don't want to accidentally, qualify someone they don't want to qualify. Like, that's already existed, right? And they also don't want to make a new character and have them be like limited to what kind of toolkit they have to have. So they're not gonna do that. But anyway, I figure at some point they're gonna have a different character change their saint graph somehow or accomplish something, because like when servants get summoned, if something very significant happens, it can change their saint graph permanently. So they'll probably have somebody, or I swear it'll be like a fucking OC or some nonsense. It's really annoying if it's the main character, but anyway, they'll find some reason to have someone else meet the criteria to be a Grand Assassin, I figure. Wouldn't shock me if Masashi can be a Grand. I mean, she probably always has. And like, Achilles probably can be a Grand Rider. Like, most likely. Although maybe not, just because I don't think Achilles' main class is Rider. Normally there's like a class that they favor, right? And like for Karna, they said it's actually Archer, even though we've never seen that one. But it wouldn't shock me if Achilles is like his most comfortable class is like a Lancer or something. That wouldn't shock me at all. I never really have said no one way or the other with Achilles. Yeah, I guess you just have to kill 10 of them. Yeah, Achilles is insanely loud. And no joke, the sound balancing is very bad in FGO, and it always has been. It's actually really weird how bad it is. Like, even Emiya, I think they might have fixed this, but like Emiya used to have like voice lines that were way quieter than everyone else's. Not in terms of like the voice actor speaking, just in terms of the volume in the game, it was just lower. But then he had like one voice line that wasn't like that and was way higher. I think they fixed that though, but Babbage is really loud, a lot of crit sounds are all over the place. Like Kojiro and Joan of Arc and a few other ones. Yeah, their sound balancing is crap. I don't even know why it's so bad. It's weird. Maybe they just don't have like a dedicated person to keeping it in check. Ku's extra attack is pretty loud, and it's definitely louder than like almost all of his other sound effects and like his voice files. But what's really messed up is if he busts or crits. I pretty much always have to turn that down in videos. It sounds like a freaking grenade. Oh, I haven't seen one of those in a while. Those were in like an event. Not really sure why they're here, but yeah, whatever. This is probably one where we have to live a certain amount of turns, but we'll murder things regardless. Let's see, Achilles is really crappy here. We'll go, I didn't fix Wayne starting NP. God damn it. Well, I guess Gilgamesh is NPing then. Nice damage on Gil there. God damn, that's actually not good. So yeah, I should have used someone else's normal card to hit that Lancer. The set's pretty scuffed though because I have the wrong craft essence on Gwaine. Well, this is gonna be a rough one. Actually might lose this one because of the not killing that Lancer earlier. I actually don't remember that mob's NP. I know we saw it back in the day, but yeah, I don't remember what it is. I would keep it alive if I could, but I think we might have to kill a certain number of enemies, so they gotta die. I'm healing Gil because Achilles dying is actually probably a good thing. He's counterblast by the assassins. Yeah, if I remember correctly, E rank is like 10 times stronger than a normal human. I don't remember if they said like a normal human or like, you know, peak. Because here's the thing, they really don't get this, right? I've seen this when people discuss things like chimpanzees, right? Because chimpanzees are generally considered to be like 4 or 5 times stronger than an average human male. And people use that as like, oh my god, chimpanzees are just so strong, they can murder like any human and like they beat a UFC fighter and stuff. And that's just like, you have no idea because the variance in humans is insane. Generally, like UFC fighters and World's Strongest Men and stuff like that are way more than 10 times stronger than the average person. It's not even close. Right? It's not even hard to notice that when you look at how much some of these people can like bench press and stuff, and then you think, can I do that? And it's like, can I do a tenth of that? The answer is generally no. So yeah, that's like, people do not realize like the difference between like an Olympic athlete in terms of like jumping and running speed versus Bob, right? Like it's huge, the difference. And so yeah, I was like, back on Servants though, I don't remember if they were talking about like E's strength, you know, being average human or peak human or whatever. In terms of like feats, like what you actually see in like the visual novel and the anime and stuff, you don't actually see a lot of servants that get screen time in like major stories that have E rank in any stats. I think other than like Angra. But off of like their feats and stuff, I really wouldn't think like E strength is 10 times stronger than like you know, the World's Strongest Man, you know, competition people and like UFC fighters and stuff. It doesn't really add up, but some of that can just be, you know, animation quality or they're not thinking about it and so on and so forth. Because like Angra doesn't like, you know, punch the ground like if you're 10 times stronger than like a World's Strongest Man person, right? And you like 10 times is a lot, right? That's massive. Like that means Angra would be like, you know, tapping the ground and sending out giant shockwaves and shit. But like, I don't think he does that. So let's see. I might be wrong. Maybe Angra's stats aren't what I'm thinking. Let me look that up. I know Angra's stats are bad, but I don't remember how bad. I know they're better than Kiyohime and Matahari's, but okay. So yikes. Angra's stats are E strength, E endurance, A agility, so that's actually good. D mana, E plus luck, which that's kind of silly, and then C NP. So absolutely atrocious at everything but agility. Yeah, wow, that is bad. Let's see, what is Kyokime? But hey, he does have really high agility, so there is that. I know Kyo and Matahari are like the two lowest that I can think of. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Matahari's worse. Matahari's worse in every way. She's E strength, E endurance, but Angra had D mana, she has E mana, so she's just worse. And then her agility is only C, so that's way lower. And then her luck is lower as well, is E. So she's worse at everything. She obviously has really strong NP though, that's like her thing. She's basically completely useless in every way except that her NP is good. That's like her shtick. Or kind of good. It's you can't really control it and that kind of thing, and she's probably gonna murder you with it, but you know, what are you gonna do? Although I swear, because she's so popular, they kind of just made up, like in recent events and stuff, nonsense about her that's like not in her character material to try to make her stronger because she's popular. Like they've been giving her all this like extra nonsense, but still, as of right now, like it's actually in her character material and her actual stats and everything, she is absolutely terrible. Alright, let's see. Matahari. Matahari is E strength, E endurance, E mana. So that's all, again, tied with Angra, but then worse in mana. And then E agility. She's not even fast. So, okay, I didn't even realize this. Matahari is the worst servant stat-wise out of everyone. Like, that is noticeably lower than Angra, because Angra has higher mana and way higher agility. The only thing she has over Angra is luck, but barely. He's E+, and she's flat D. So yeah, she's E, 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 D, and then her NP is A+. But, it's funny enough, though, a lot of times their NP rank does not actually match their NP. And yeah, it doesn't. Her actual NP is A rank. That happens all the time. Like, Guadia has, like, EX rank NP, but then his NP stat is A+++, which I'm not even sure what that means. I think it might have something to do with, like, how they wield their NP or something. I don't even know. I need to look into that and see if they ever said it. Because they have a character material book, like, dedicated to the stats and, like, the A+ and all that kind of nonsense. So I need to see what that... Cause yeah, there's a lot of servants where their NP rank and then their actual NP don't match. Like, their NP stat and their NP rank don't match. That's a better way of putting it. Yeah, mana is like their efficiency. It's like how efficient are the like mana to, you know, punching ratio essentially. And berserkers are always really, really bad about that. That's like a thing. I don't think it's really skill of the NP though, because there's some pretty brainless characters, or even just straight up skillless hacks that have like a high rank for NP and stuff. So I'm not really sure what it is. I'm gonna have to like hunt around some character materials and whatnot and see if I can figure that out. Alright, we gotta kill like 3 more enemies here. It's gonna be a bit of a pain. Yeah, most berserkers are really hard to deal with, and they're really mana inefficient, and they're also stupid, so... No, it has nothing to do with buff quests, and I don't even know why you would think that, because Fate predates FGO, and there were no buff quests in Fate Stay Night. And this issue has existed since before FGO. And there's lots of units like Matahari that don't have buff quests, that don't change their NP. And Matahari's NP has never been touched, she's never been buffed, and her NP stat has always been A+, but her NP has always been A rank. And that's just true for all kinds of characters, like where their stat does not match their NP. And also you have characters with multiple NPs and stuff, so... I'm sure it's some vague thing that like Nasu never really defined in his head, and there's some weird thing about it and we just never learned about it, and that's probably why, I would think. We're about to lose this stage. Okay, thankfully I think Gil will bail us out here. I don't know why I just used his battery, we didn't actually need it, but...
良き営みを守りたまえ。こういうこともできる。よく戦った。貴様を勇者と認める。
Well, what Beowulf does is when he NPs, his stats get way higher. Actually, he's potentially the strongest servant like ever when he uses his NP, because what it says is when he NPs, he's temporarily, obviously it's not permanent, but for like a short period of time, he no longer has like the restrictions of a servant. So he gets like his true strength regardless of his class container. And that is way stronger than what you typically will get out of a servant, because the class containers, limit them a bunch. So Beowulf, as far as I know, Beowulf is like the only character that has an ability like that, where he gets like his true, like unfiltered strength. Now I'm pretty sure it's only his strength. It might be his endurance too. I can't remember. But it's not like everything. It's not like his, speed and his all that shit, right? It's pretty much just his strength. And it might be his endurance too, but I don't remember. But yeah, that's actually ridiculous. So he's like gonna punch a fucking mountain or some nonsense. Actually, Beowulf is kind of nuts if you read his character material. Like, he has a bunch of NPs. They all have really good effects. He's got good stats, good like personal skills and stuff. Like, he's really impressive. Okay, if they keep throwing these assassins at us, we need to get rid of Achilles, but we'll see what happens here. And some of the strongest stuff that we know of in Fate in terms of the strength stat, right, and that kind of stuff, because it's more than just your stat, right? You can have like monstrous strength, and there's other abilities that change, like make your strength higher. And there's different versions of monstrous strength too. You have to like read the. Sometimes there's like individual. Like, for example, Ku's version of disengage is unique to its rank, where it does something that other disengages of that rank normally wouldn't do, and it's just because of his legend and his story. And there's a lot of generic skills like that, where like a character-specific version of the skill sometimes is different. Anyway, but yeah, so there's Tiamat, because she has a really high strength stat. I think it's A, and then she has like a ridiculously high monstrous strength, and then hers is also unique to her. She has like a unique version of monstrous strength, although it's really vague, and they basically just say it gives her the strength of titans. That doesn't mean anything, right? Like, what the hell does that mean? Then there's Kentoki, because I think he's like A or A+, and he has really high monstrous strength rank. There's Asterios, who's like A+ strength, and then he has a really high monstrous strength as well. There's Ku-Alter when he's in his NP, because it makes his strength EX, which doesn't really tell you a lot, but it's high. There's obviously Beowulf, who gets, heroic strength or real human Beowulf strength or whatever. Let's see, I think there's a couple of other ones. I don't remember, what does Caligula have? Let me look at that up. I know he's got good stats, and I know he has some kind of skills that augment his strength, but I don't remember exactly. Because I know he's got like sadistic whatever the fuck, but I don't remember what that does lore-wise. I want to say it makes him tankier, not hit harder, but I might be wrong. Okay, let's see. He has A+ strength, so that's very good. He has a sadistic constitution. I don't remember what that does lore-wise. Hold on, I can find out. I'm super curious now. I don't think it makes him hit harder, or well, it might make him hit harder, but it may not make him stronger, right? Like oomph. Doesn't sound like it, but okay, it does. God, this is a long description. It augments one's aggression in battle. Doesn't. Okay, this is kind of vague. Makes them go closer to going insane. The more one attacks, the stronger. Okay, the more one attacks, the stronger one becomes. But on the other hand, one's defense ability drops. Basically, it makes them crazier and crazier, and it says they're, the stronger one becomes. So I would assume that would increase their strength stat, but they don't really give a lot of technical stuff here. And Caligula's version of it. Caligula cannot demonstrate this skill to the fullest because of how close this skill's nature is to his class skill. What is that? What the fuck does that mean? What? That's like in his character material. That means nothing. What the fuck does that mean? So Caligula cannot demonstrate this skill to its fullest because of how close this skill's nature is to his class skill. What the fuck does that mean? That doesn't make any sense. They've never said anything like that before. They have never said, there are all kinds of characters that have class skills and personal skills that happen to be similar, and they never are like, oh, it doesn't work as good. Like, I have never seen them ever say that. Yeah, maybe because it gets too crazy, yeah, maybe. But they should say that then, like, you know, because first off, it doesn't even, I'm looking at the character material, it doesn't say which class skill they're even talking about, right? And there's more than one class skill. So if they mean madness enhancement, what they might be saying is what Otto said, is it just, if he's kind of capped in how much of it he can use because he would just become too crazy and like explode or something. But it doesn't say that. Right, like if it said that, I wouldn't be like, what the fuck? But that's so random. It's just like, yeah, it's too similar to class skill, so he can't, because it doesn't say he can't use it. It just says he can't use it to its fullest. But I'm like, how much? 50%, 25%, 60%? Like, what are we? Like, that is some vague bullshit. Dude, character material books are like that sometimes. Sometimes they get really specific and detailed, and they give you numbers and like ranks and percentages, and it's all clear, and then sometimes they just say stupid crap that doesn't mean anything. I think Anastasia's character material is the worst one ever, and I think it's because the person that designed Anastasia didn't give a crap. Like, I'm serious, I'm pretty sure that's why. I have never seen a character material book that vague, and they have never done anything to clarify any of it. Okay, let's see. This wave is pretty easy. Maybe I have Gwen because Archer, but it's a low health, so I think she can still handle it. Alright, bonk. Bonk, bonk. Wait, what are we talking about in Face Strange Fate? I think I missed a step here. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty hard to say how strong Caligula is then, because that's so vague. But I can, even if that skill was at its max, that he's still going to be behind, I think, like Asterios and that kind of stuff. Well, Jack is pretty complicated. Because you're not technically summoning Jack the Ripper. Now, you may be summoning Jack the Ripper. The reason I say may is because what you're actually doing is summoning the mystery of Jack the Ripper, because to this day we do not know who Jack the Ripper was. Now they've narrowed it down a lot more than in the past, right? There's a lot of famous candidates for like Jack the Ripper that people still think are like famous like contenders to be Jack the Ripper that just aren't anymore. Like there's just evidence that they're not. So they've narrowed it down a good bit, but they do not know who Jack the Ripper was. They can't be sure, and it's possible that there was like 2 or 3 people, you know, copycat effects, you know, all that nonsense, that were, you know, multiple people were kind of, you know, that didn't even know each other. Because the 2 candidates that I've seen that are the most likely, and they absolutely were murderers and stuff, but the 2 candidates that were like the most likely to be it, as far as I'm aware, did not know each other, never met, yada yada, so copycat effects, that kind of stuff, because these both are potentially responsible for some of the deeds. Anyway, but yeah, what you summon is the mystery of Jack the Ripper, and he can basically warp into any of the people that were like suspected of being Jack the Ripper, right? But if the real one was, because here's the thing, we have like those two people that we know were murderers and we know fit the bill and could have been. Now there's no evidence to link them to like some of the specific murders. But it's very likely that those 2 people were like, you know, involved or did some of them, but we don't know. But also those could have just been copycats, and the real one was just never found at all, right? So although we do have evidence of like various people doing similar murders and like being involved and like being in the right area and things like that, that doesn't mean that they actually are the correct killer, and there could have been, you know, multiple copycats, and we only ever found copycats, and the original was just never even suspected, right? So that what I'm getting at is if the original was never suspected, then in Fate, right, the mystery of Jack the Ripper, none of the ones he could warp into potentially none of them could be the real one, right? And what's messed up is the servant doesn't know, because humanity doesn't know, right? It's kind of based off of like humanity's, you know, history and everything. So his wish for the Grail is to like basically become whole and like solve the mystery essentially. But yeah, he basically can shift into any of the, you know, suspected people that might have been Jack the Ripper, and so he can take all kinds of different forms and stuff. And it's a bit more than that though. Like he also has like, he basically has abilities that kind of personify the fear around Jack the Ripper and like the, you know, the terror he created, right, in people's minds and stuff. So he's got some kind of wacky abilities. But also, he can turn into Jack from APOC, and he doesn't know why, and he's like, what the hell? But it's because for literally no reason, they were like, oh yeah, because, okay, here's the thing about Jack and APOC, is it's not Jack the Ripper. Nothing to do with Jack the Ripper, it's just not. It's just straight up not Jack the Ripper. It's a bunch of, like, wraiths, right, like Kojiro, not heroic spirits, right, not from the Throne of Heroes. So, but it's more than one. It's and they completely cut this from the anime, by the way, but this is in the book, and you even see, like, the multiple spirits and stuff. But anyway, Jack in APOC is multiple wraiths of, like, murdered children and aborted children and shit like that. And some of them, like, in real life were, like, orphans and that kind of stuff. And they committed murder, and the murders just coincidentally happened to be similar to the murders of Jack the Ripper. And for some reason that means they can have like the title of Jack the Ripper, even though they're literally just these murdered children that have nothing to do with it. And then there's like this throwaway line where Joan of Arc is like, I see like they as in the race, the kids, have been mixed up with quotations his legend, referring to Jack the Ripper, right? And that throwaway line that they've used to be like, okay, so for some reason the actual mystery of Jack the Ripper can draw on like the powers of APOC Jack just cause, right? It's kind of silly, but it is funny though that Jack the Ripper in Face Train Fake doesn't even know why. He's like, huh, I can turn into a murder kid for some reason. I don't know how that happened. But, yeah, that's the thing. Anyway, let's see. So, Assassin's out. We'll kill all the Lancers out with more help. So, actually, we will do Achilles NP here. We'll go boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's a little dumb, but it doesn't bother me so much. I don't mind when they do stupid crap when they do a version of the character that's not stupid. Because then I can just, you know, I don't have to use it or whatever, right? So it's not a big deal. It's like, I don't mind Artoria because, one, they actually put effort into Artoria, for God's sake. You know, it's not just like a throwaway gender bin with no explanation or like a really cheap explanation, right? Like, it actually affects the character a lot. And then they made Arthur, right? And he's normal, right? So it's no big deal, right? No harm, no foul. And same for like several of the other ones, but there's a lot where they don't do that, right? Like Jack is fine in my opinion because they did make normal Jack, so I'm like, no big deal then. But yeah, there's a whole bunch that aren't like that, where you know, you got Paul Bunyan, although there's technically a normal Paul Bunyan, we're never gonna see it. Masashi we might see the normal one, maybe. I feel like that one has a better chance of getting in. Yeah, Jack does still need to wear pants, I agree with that. I have to kill one more enemy. Give me Gwaine cards. Good enough. Bet I don't have any Gwaine buffs, but we'll still mess this guy and probably kill him next turn. Actually, we might kill him here, but nope. Damn. 21k. Faux going to good use there. If the stage is over now. Either that or this one I might have to live. No, I think I have to kill one more. That's what I have to get to 89. Let's see. Should be able to kill this guy next turn. We'll cut this a little close. Man, what's crazy is that was Gwaine without any of his buffs. So goddamn, this saber is cool. So I'm quite I'm quite happy. I posted a video today. I recorded all of the generic class card servants animations and stuff. And you know, I edited it down and cut out all like the filler, you know, your unit standing around, you know, and all that nonsense. And I posted a video, and a lot of comments have been, these guys are awesome and I hope they're playable. I've seen so many comments of people saying that. Now, I don't think that's going to translate into them actually being playable because FGO, but maybe, what if that many people like them? I'm hoping, because like the Type Moon and all that, they don't care about the NA side of things. They don't even look at the feedback. I don't know if Type Moon even has anyone that speaks English and like would even look at that kind of stuff, like on Reddit or, you know, anything like that. Hi Siegfried. But yeah, NA feedback is meaningless and it falls on deaf ears. But if this many NA people like them, I'm hoping some JP like them and they speak up. And like maybe that gets them to eventually, like at least work them into the normal attacks of like Pope Joan or something, you know, down the line. So is that the big purple boy? Did I skip on accident, by the way? I do that sometimes. Yeah, that looks like the big purple boy. Like a Siegfried blocking a shot for us, like a champ. Siegfried versus Ushi's uncle. Yeah, that is kind of a weird thing. But that's kind of like the fun part about Fate. Big Purple Boy is definitely going to be summonable, and I'm like really looking forward to that. I mean, look at this guy. Now, I'm a little worried because if you look at his silhouette, there's a lot more to this guy than what you can see in this picture, and I'm a little worried he's going to look a little stupid. Like, if you see here, his shoulders are already getting kind of fancy and like, and also kind of weird because like, see, look, this part of the shoulder doesn't connect. So, and from what I've seen of his silhouette, this part gets way bigger. See, like, this really thin, like, narrow connection, and then it turns into like the Empire State Building. You know, that can look really stupid. So I'm a little worried that all of this looks awesome, right? I'm a little worried the rest of them is gonna look dumb as hell. So yeah, we'll see. VOB, from Armored Core. I think you and me are the only two that are gonna get that beastly. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it might get really silly. And like, he's got like this really crazy ornament on the top of his head, right? And so I'm just worried he's actually gonna look really stupid. But we'll see. Like, what you see in the story sprite looks cool, but there's like part of it, if you the data mine can like see his story sprite cleaner than the game does. And like, he has a really dumb ornament on his helmet that again is like really big and like barely connected and stuff, so I'm a little worried. But hopefully he'll have like a stage 1 that's, you know, a bit more reined in and is, you know... But I like the mean look, I like the helmet, right? The fur actually looks pretty cool and all that. So I like it, but yeah, a little weird when you actually zoom out. This is probably a stage 1. That's concerning because that would mean the other stages would look pretty dumb. Because, like, for real, there's a part of his helmet you can't really see in the story segment here that it does look kind of dumb. Are they killing their own? What are we doing here? Is he... Oh, God. He looks cool and everything, but did he just kill his own minions? Because that's always the worst fucking look. Never kill your own minions. He's shooting another shot here. Guessing he's gonna have a ginormous bow. A great bow. Oh shit. Man, I wish we had the music on because, well, I mean, it's probably just kind of generic here because it's just another shot, but still. Oh damn, he's shooting 3 of them. Are you gonna stop that, champ? Watch Charlemagne do something or some nonsense. We'll see. I don't think he's here though, right? No, he's here. Never mind. No, he's an archer. I'm pretty sure they say he's an archer in the story. Griffin, for some reason. I don't know what they did about those 3 shots. And we're going into gameplay now, so I'm a little confused. But I've got a decent amount of SQ on my main account. Like, it's starting to build up, and then I'm about to get 30 SQ from Bond 12 Mordred, and I'm about to get 30 SQ from Bond 11 Edmund. So that's 60. That's a start. So by the time he gets added, I should have more. I think I already have enough for the safety net because of summon tickets. So yeah, I'll probably try to get him. He looks pretty cool. We'll see though. He might have a garbage, character, and the design might be like way too over the top and that kind of thing. So we'll just have to take it one step at a time here. But so far, he looks pretty badass. I'd actually like him to be really good, because I don't really have a really strong archer if I want to do like some crazy solo or something. Like, my strongest archer is Billy, and no offense to Billy, but Billy's just not that powerful. He's just kind of an okay 3-star, right? He's no Robin, he's no David, he's no Ku or Ushi, right? He's not that good. He's just like kinda good. So, and I don't have any like 4-star or 5-star archers that are anything crazy either. Like, I literally don't have like some super strong archer. So, if that guy could be like OP as fuck, I'd be okay with that. Yeah, I wish Billy was stronger than he was, but he's no Ku or 100 face, right? When Grail, he's just not on that kind of level. He's very basic. I wish I had Hot Wheels, because he is very good. I do not have Orion. I have Orion on an ult account. Also, that is pretty meaningless, because this is that ult account, and I have a fucking Gilgamesh at level 100, like NP4 on the screen, so I'm pretty sure that would count as a good archer. But, this obviously not my main account, which is what I'm talking about. We are not even close to being done with these filler fights, by the way. We have so many of these to go, which is why I'm not doing anything fun, right? It's just kind of the same fight over and over again. Like, this stage, they don't even feel different. It's like, it's just the same thing over and over again. It's awful, dude. I mean, we're literally talking about like the 2 accounts that I actually play. And people always act like I have so many accounts, and yet like I don't. Like, I literally am always playing like the same 2 or 3 accounts all the time. And the other accounts are just like a one-off thing that we play like temporarily. I've been playing this account right here since I started streaming. And I actually probably have streamed it more than my main account, simply because my main account I use for videos. I mean, every single time I have ever streamed the main story, every single time, from like Salem or whatever was coming out when I started streaming to now, has always been this account. Like that, and that has never changed. Murder this one, I guess. I mean, not all these guys are enemies. Like, there's a whole faction of them that are on your side, so they are not playable because they hate you. Like, when you're working with your assassin, he just gives you like buffs and debuffs to the enemies, and like he just like one of the enemies just instantly insta-dies because that's like the green assassin guy, helping you. But yeah, they don't make them playable. Also, I probably do have a really powerful archer on my main account that I just really dislike, and I just happen to summon coincidentally. Alright, yep, 3 shots. What are you gonna do now? Well, it says subtext there, which normally means someone's using an NP. I did get Ishtar, but I also burned her, so... Ishtar is very good gameplay-wise, though, but there ain't no chance I'm leveling that ship. So, they're basically just contriving some bullshit to make Trap Face important here, I'm pretty sure. Because I know his lore, and I don't see how you're gonna do this. Either this guy's the worst archer ever, or they're bullshitting some shit here. This guy's got a lot of arrows, apparently. Well, that didn't go very well. So I don't see how this results in us doing anything if he just gets shot in the face. Like, what are we actually doing right now? Okay, the bird doesn't deserve this. So this guy's getting auddied, by the way. This guy's definitely getting auddied. I can tell that's where this is going. Astolfo is pretty weak. I mean, it's pretty obvious, like, even in APOC, like, my god, but, he's not nearly as weak as, like, you know, Matahari and that kind of shit. So I'm guessing they, like, gave him, like, an item or some crap that, for some reason, has protected him or some bullshit. How are they? What? This doesn't make, like, it's so dumb. Like, does that guy have literally no ability to defend himself? Like, what the fuck? That makes no sense. Imagine being this giant mecha, giant archer dude, and you just get one shot. So they just both died. That is so dumb. Like, how the fuck is he that weak? Guys, remember when Astolfo stabbed Mordred and nothing happened? Right, and I get it, Mordred's a saver and blah 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 blah, you know, I get, but look at that guy! He looks like he's a Godzilla and he fucking just gets one shot. Good lord. Yeah, I mean, archers supposed to be bad at close combat, but tell that to half the archers that aren't bad. I mean, meanwhile, Chiron's over there, you know, body slamming Mordred into the pavement, and, you know, Emia's over there fighting people with swords and shit. Like, that doesn't really mean anything. It's like, and again, like, if that guy looked like a wuss, I got you, right? But he doesn't. He's a giant mech. Like, he's made out of, like, armor. Like, that, if there's, like, I would think that would be tanky, right? If you're that big and you got that much armor, I'm not really expecting you to get one shot by a Astolfo. Like, that's pretty... It just feels like they needed him to die because they don't have a... Like, okay, this is what it feels like, chat. They needed that guy to die because he's an antagonist, and it couldn't be any more of a big deal than that because, one, they want Astolfo to be important because he's so popular, and two, because they don't have a fucking sprite for the archer guy, so he literally can't have a more meaningful fight because they've drawn him one time in the entire game and they can't do anything with him, so he just has to die because otherwise it'd be too obvious that they haven't actually created the character yet. Like, that's the real reason right there. The thing is, if he's 100% offense and 0 defense, why is he made out of armor? Like, yeah, that's terrible character design then. Like, I'm wearing all this armor and it doesn't actually do anything. It's like, You know, meanwhile, Lancelot's armor can, you know, offset a noble phantasm, for God's sakes. It's actually cardboard. Yeah, it's a ruse. That was so disappointing. All that build up to that character, then he just dead. It's like, okay, great. Now we're just walking on in. Yeah, Rosh is tanky because, one, he does have some armor, right? It's not anything special, but he has some armor. He has a pretty high endurance stat, and then he's got EX rank robust health, which is like super crazy tanky skill. Let me guess, more trash mobs. Oh shit, is he still alive? Either that or just someone else with like the trash mobs attacking us from like castle walls or something. I have no idea what's going on right now because like there's no name text, so it's either a narrator or like someone they don't want you to know the name of right now. They don't do narration very often. I actually wish they would more so they didn't have so much like bizarre exposition. That's a bit. I wonder if that was just like that archer using his inti on us or something. The red archer there. Hey look! It's more trash mobs! I'm pretty sure there's 3 more stages of trash mobs. There's 2 or 3, and then it's done. Then there's like no more trash, I don't think. Alright, we made it to Bloodborne, boys. Got a mobile version before it came to PC. Wait, is Roland dead? What? Literally nothing about what happened on screen there made me think that Roland died. What the hell killed Roland? What the hell happened to Roland? He stepped on a Lego. I mean, that's fair. That's dangerous. That'll kill anybody. He blew the horn that kills him. So was that to get past the door? Okay, so this, I gotta say, this is a trend I've seen a lot recently, since like I guess Lostbelt 5, like Lostbelt 5 and on, and it's kind of dumb. They've done this like so many times in a row, and it just feels really fake. They keep giving you like a large roster of characters, and they just have them all die one at a time, and a lot of their deaths just feel like forced. It's like they're just decided, okay, this is the part of the story where everyone dies one at a time, and then we just give them some stupid thing to do before they die. It just feels really fake. Now, it's fine to have characters die and have the antagonists do things. That's fine. But it's like, this happened a lot in Lostbelt 5, right? And it happened like constantly in Lostbelt 6, and then it's happening here. It's just like, it's like them trying to be dramatic, right? Yeah, it's like, please feel sad, and it just feels really unnatural. I'm completely okay with characters dying and stuff. That's not a problem. But they do it in a really dumb way, where like, nothing happens, and then all of a sudden everyone dies one at a time, but before they die they do this one dramatic thing, and then the next person, there's a trope that is about this. I forget what it's called, but it's like a trope where like you go to a room and then character X has the perfect thing to get you out of this room, but they die to do it, and then you're in the next room. This room is like perfect for this other character, and then the game crashed, by the way. I can't take the shit anymore. But then the next room is like just perfectly designed for the character Y, and then the character Y dies, but then gets you out of that room, and then you go to the next room. That's what it feels like. I hope that explains it well enough, because that's like exactly how it feels. It's not about characters dying or sacrificing themselves. It's where like everything is being super contrived, so your characters do die and sacrifice themselves, but only they could have done it for this instance, and only this character could have done it for this instance, and it's really forced, right? If they like, for example, if we just fought that tactician guy and he just beats one of our characters, that's fine, right? Like, more of that, really. But that's not really how they do it. And, yeah, ever since, like, Lostbelt 5 and on, they've kind of done this, where you get this big roster and they kind of just die one at a time in a kind of a bullshit way, and it's like, oh, but they accomplish a lot and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. It feels really, like, forced. I guess the best way of putting it, it feels like really forced that they're trying to make it happen. No, it's not anyone can die. Anyone can die anyway. That's literally not what I'm talking about. Bodies pave the road. That's not quite right, but it's close. Like, that's what's happening, but it's also like how contrived the deaths are is kind of what I'm getting at. You know, it's not just that sacrifices need to be made, right? That's fine. You know, big nasty fights, you know, the enemies are strong, you know, you're not gonna come out of this unscathed. That's all fine. It's the way they go about it. It's like they each have like their moment one at a time, and then just die one at a time. Instead of like, oh, this one has their moment, but they lived because they have the right toolkit to live, right? And then this person is doing stuff, oh, they get caught unawares and they die, and then this one has to pick up the slack, and then this happens. Like, that's way more dynamic and realistic. When you look at like actual battles where like both sides had like a lot of aces and powerful characters, it's not like everyone just magically does a heroic sacrifice and dies one at a time. That's not how, that's very fake, right? And obviously stories are contrived, but I think the idea is for them to not feel contrived. Okay, I think this one is also time limited, but you just have to kill the 6 enemies. I guess this is a lore thing for some reason. Hey, look, the samurai are actually doing something, but because they don't have a character sprite for normal samurai dudes, they're these big guys now. I didn't realize they actually got used in gameplay, though. I guess Gil, Gopher. These are probably, no, these are servants. That's rare. These are probably like, these are honestly probably really similar to what these guys are like. These are like samurai that did stuff but aren't like famous enough for their names to be like well known and recorded by the Throne of Heroes, but these are like, you know, samurai that did stuff and were like alongside important events and may have influenced events, but history kind of forgot them. That's kind of what these guys are, and that's these guys are probably the same deal, just weebs. And that's why they're servants here and not, you know, just like danger and all that kind of shit. Well, no, it's not really fate because, okay, in a Grail War, everyone but one person is generally going to die, right? Because the other servants aren't going to wait around for you, right? Someone has to win, right? Like when Gilgamesh fights as Kandar, Gil's not going to just stop to let Iskandar leave, right? And then Iskandar wouldn't do that anyway. Like somebody has to die, right? So in a Grail War, it makes sense that there's a lot of death, right? And again, I'm not complaining about the amount of death. It's the way that they die and how contrived it is and like the timing and like that kind of shit. Because like, again, in Fate Stay Night, like, you know, of course, you know, like Emiya's going to kill Medea when he's betraying her, right? What do you think he's going to like try to betray her, miss his sword spam, and then just not keep shooting more swords until she dies, right? Like obviously he's trying to kill her, right? Like, again, it's a Grail War, that's kind of the point, so that's different. But when you have like these larger scale conflicts and you have like teamwork and people on the same side, the fact that you have like this miraculous obstacle, like only this one character could open this door, then only this character could open that door, but only this character, but not only can they open the door, they have to die to do it, right? Like I can buy that, like, oh, okay, this is like some tricky obstacle and this character has the right toolkit to overcome this obstacle, but then it also magically results in them dying, right? It's like, that's just stupid, because it's not like a battle royale where people have to keep fighting until everyone's dead, right? That's not what I'm talking about. So yeah, death is not the issue, it's the manner of the death. That is absolutely the key thing that I'm talking about here. The archer's only 47k, so I'll do this. Kind of a tall order, we're leaving Achilles though. Actually, Tristan was done pretty well because he was powerful enough that he could kill the Hassans. That's believable. If anything, it's the other way around. We made the Hassans do too well in that fight. And then what kills Tristan in a way really is King Hassan, and that's fair enough. So like that's fine, right? I don't think that was like a real problem. It's just because it's the Hassans fighting Tristan. Someone's gotta fucking die, right? Now, I guess you could say it's a little contrived that basically everyone dies on both sides because it could have just been the Hassans win or just Tristan wins and survives, right? And I would agree with that. They're kind of trying to make sure, you know, there's no survivors, if you will, right? That does happen a lot, where characters die because the writer doesn't know what to do, right? Because they can't have Tristan. Actually, the funny thing is you can, but they don't like it and it feels uneven and they just don't want to do it. But like, they don't want to have Tristan just alive with Lion King at the end, right? They don't want to do that. They don't want to be, oh, Tristan was in the right circumstances and he got to survive his encounter, unlike Agravain or whoever. And so he gets to be there at the end. Then you fight Lion King and Tristan. They don't want to do that because they don't want to give Tristan some kind of special, you know, bone like that, which is stupid because they have different toolkits and they fight different opponents. The outcome shouldn't always be the same, right? It shouldn't be, oh yeah, Lancelot dies and Agravain dies. It shouldn't always be Hassan's die and Tristan dies. Yeah, actually, no, they do it in Camelot too. Now that I'm saying this, yeah, they did the same thing in Camelot, by the way. But yeah, here's the thing. I think it would have been completely okay if like one of our guys lived because the fight that they're in, they just have the right toolkit to survive, right? So like at the end, it's more than Bedivere. It's like Bedivere and, you know, Lancelot. And then for the other side, like, okay, Tristan just won, right? So then it's Lion King and Tristan. That's fine. Like, it's literally fine. But they don't, writers avoid that because it's not just Fate. I've seen this in many anime where they have like rosters like this where they want the final fight to just be the main bad guy and the main good guy. So all the side bad guys double down with all the side good guys, right? I think that's stupid, right? That's stupid. That doesn't respect the character's toolkits. Like, wow, what a coincidence that everybody doubled down, right? You know, that's just silly. And in this story's case, what a coincidence everyone doubled down with a fucking door or whatever, right? Whatever the obstacle is, you know, whatever. Because, you know, in Lostbelt 5, you had various reasons the characters died. But you get what I'm getting at. I think that explains a lot. But, like, actually, Camelot is a good example, really, of how just, wow, what a coincidence. Both sides, all their side characters doubled down with each other. And then, like, the final fight was just the main characters, right? Like, it's silly. That's super silly. That does not feel like a dynamic war. That feels like bullshit, right? That just feels like, you know, oh, man, we gotta make sure it's Bedivere versus Lion King.
You know, I tell you, one of the best things for a writer, though, is and this is why some of the best writers end up being really old. By the way, not always. Of course, there's young writers that are good and old writers that are trash. But life experience is one of the best things you can possibly have as a writer to not make something feel stilted or super biased. So, for example, let's say you're going to have an epic, right? Like some big like Lord of the Rings thing or Game of Thrones thing or something like that. Or even just like Code Geass or whatever the fuck, right? In order to do a story like that, you need to be able to like understand things from a viewpoint that you don't have and not strawman it. What I see so many young writers do, and even, you know, established writers and stuff, is they cannot think outside of their own bubble, right? And when they represent other viewpoints or other philosophies or motivations, they're really shallow or just straw men. And it's more than just like ideals and motivation. It is motivation, right? Because there's a difference between like having a different view on life or a different like objective, but then also just like what drives you, like what is motivating you to do something, right? And that's a sign of a bad writer, is when they're really bad at like thinking outside of themselves. And one of the best ways to think outside of yourself and to not straw man things is to have an open mind and have a lot of experience. That's the thing. And to be a good, I really think that to be a very good writer, you need to have lots of experience. You need to have talked to a lot of people, you need to have met a lot of people, you need to have done a lot of things, and while doing those things, you need to have an open mind. If you have a closed mind the entire fucking time, you're just gonna straw man all of these things, and it's gonna be garbage, right? So yeah, being a writer is actually really complicated. I think it's really complicated. It's not just about writing a big epic like, you know, Game of Thrones or whatever. It's even stuff like making a book about like depression, or making a book about struggling with a loved one that's died, or, you know, how people interact with each other, or how, you know, how different people view the same thing. Like if someone is like in a breakup from a relationship, how different mindsets respond to these things, right? You need a lot of experience, you need to talk to a lot of people, you just need lots of fucking experience, right? Go outside and touch grass is what I'm getting at. But yeah, being a really good writer is extremely complicated. People don't give it enough credit, and that's why it's so rare. That's why so many stories are crap, by the way. That's why so many anime have these ridiculous cliche plots that are like, you know, super predictable and tropey and, you know, straw man-y for like other viewpoints and stuff, right? It's hard. Shit's hard, and it's not easy to think outside yourself. So most people only understand themselves, and they only understand their own experience. And that's it. That's all they do. Also, don't touch grass. Literally, you'll get allergies. Fuck that shit. But I actually think Nasu is very good at creating characters. I think he's very good at creating characters and giving them different motivations and flushing them out and not making them two-dimensional and that kind of shit. He's really good at that. He's really good at that. He's surprisingly good at that. But he's garbage at making a story. I really stand by that. I've seen him write enough stuff that I think he is garbage at writing a story. I think he's terrible. I think he views the plot as just a vehicle to showcase his characters. That's what he does. And that's not necessarily wrong. Some people like that, and, you know, fair enough. If they enjoy it, they enjoy it. That's fine. But I think he has a lot of inconsistencies in his stories. I think a lot of times he doesn't respect the established rules that he's set. I think he, you know, puts the cart before the horse constantly. Overall, I think, and his stories have a lot of like filler and just nonsense. I don't think he makes good stories, but I think he makes very good characters. It's just the way that they're used is normally really bad. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's what Natsu wants to do. He wants to be a character writer, and that is fine. I would say, though, you can be a character writer and still have a serviceable story, right? You can still be a character writer, and you should still... Actually, to me, now this is obviously subjective, but to me, if you're a character writer, it's even more important to be a good story writer, because the story is fundamentally how you show off a character, how you have a character arc, what they're playing off of. It's like the enemies in a video game, right? If you have an action game like Elden Ring or Devil May Cry or Ninja Gaiden or whatever, the opponents are incredibly important because that's what you're interfacing with the action-y combat system, right? And what makes a character, you know, shine and what makes a character evolve or change or fail is the story. And you need the story to at least feel somewhat natural and work and all that stuff to show off the characters. So if you really want to show off your awesome characters that you've made, you need to have at least a basic, you know, understanding of good story writing. I think it's almost unavoidable, right? Outside of maybe like abstract writing, I don't, other than that, you pretty much always, like the story, like it or not, is like the bedrock of a story. Wow, a story is the bedrock of storytelling. Who knew, right? So yeah, it's really important, but a lot of writers, I'm telling you, it sounds crazy, but I think the majority of writers of like a lot of like books, and especially anime and video games, they don't get it. They don't understand that the story is the important part of a story. And I see this all the time, where writers have a political agenda they want to shove down your throat, or they've got a character that they just want to be the coolest thing and they want to put that in the forefront, or they've just got like a moment in their head that they just want to get to, and everything else is fluff. And like they do that, it's cart before the horse. It is classic cart before the horse. I see that all over storytelling, where the story is an excuse to like, it's the vehicle to just show off the thing that they want. And I do not think that's good, right? I don't think that makes fulfilling stories. I think it's very cheap, it's very shallow, it gets very samey, it gets very predictable. I think it's actually like the problem with a lot of modern storytelling, like very much so. And of course there's exceptions, there's loads of good modern stories. I'm not saying everything's crap or anything, but I think that is the reason for a lot of crap stories. Like, I think the whole cart before the horse thing is such a common problem these days. And it's almost like people don't know how to write without doing that. I can't even think of the last anime I watched that I didn't feel like it was cart before the horse, right? And same for most video games. It's very rare. And I can think of more video games that didn't feel cart before the horse, but that whole kind of cart before the horse logic has become incredibly prevalent. So I guess we're just storming the castle now. I mean, cart before the horse is pretty self-explanatory. Like, think about the sentence, cart before the horse. Right? Like, literally think about what that sentence is. It is very self-explanatory. Let me put it to you this way. The horse is the story. The cart is literally whatever the writer is trying to shove down your throat. And it's not natural and logical to put the cart before the horse, and it also doesn't work. If you have a carriage, right, and you put the cart before the horse, look what happens. Like, I don't have to explain anything, right? Physics will do the rest here, right? It's dumb. That's why you don't put the cart before the horse. Start building the house from the roof. Yeah, same thing. I mean, again, it's self-explanatory, right? I've never heard that saying before, but I get it, because I know what'll happen when I start building a house from the roof, you know, and work the other way. It doesn't, don't pan out. I mean, this is not even that insane of a health stat, because he doesn't even have his health pose. Like, I have a 90 Siegfried here. Like, look at this. Like, so theirs is 100, right? So theirs is stronger than mine. But, there's not gonna be... Oh, wait, no. That's right, excuse me. I don't have Siegfried. That's, because I'm on my ult account. I was talking about that earlier, but yeah, I'm on my ult account, so I don't have Siegfried. But anyway, yeah, the health is basically the same, even though mine's lower level, because he doesn't have a foe item. And then this CE has no stats. So if I gave him a CE with stats, like split stat or HP stat, it'd be even higher, so... but yeah, you can't move Siegfried, you have to use him. I think this is the first fight with his wife. This sucks, because the first fight with his wife, you need to do like 1,000,000 damage. And that would be fun if, like, you got to do literally anything. Like, I could do a Robin Hood setup with Mozart and that kind of shit. You know, there's all kinds of ways to approach that. But no, you don't get to have most of the team, so... Let's use George, though. We'll do the classic. God damn, this song is good, though. This is from Blaze Blue, by the way. Also, someone just said domestic violence, right? Because we're having a spouse fight. But this song is domestic violence too. It's not a wife versus a husband, but it's a father beating up his son, so. Alright, what do we give George here? If I have his passive, I could use this pretty easily. I probably have the coin. Oh, I do have his passive. Okay, we'll do that. That's 85, and then 95 with Shenggong. Shenggong's not gonna matter too much, so let's do that. I mean, coup is what makes sense, but we'll do something else. I'll do Constantine. I think there's some like story gimmick in the stage though, and it doesn't really amount. The stage doesn't like go anywhere. The next one does though. Yeah, I like how Aurelius never really got defeated in BlazBlue. Oh, this is not anything. This is just survive 5 turns, and that's all this stage is. Look at the Berserker getting that cool aura, though. I don't think you have to even kill any of these guys. It doesn't matter. We'll bonk him anyway, though. Yeah, Constantine's quite fun gameplay-wise. I don't think he's even remotely disappointing. I think he's way more interesting. You know what's disappointing is all these boring fucking units that you just click a button and do everything. You don't have to think, you don't have to set anything up, you don't need to synergize with other units. I think Constantine is way more awesome than most units in this game because he's good if you try, right? Like if you actually use your fucking brain and have him synergize with the team in a way that makes literally any sense, then he'll protect the team a lot, he can do a bunch of damage, and he can make someone else do a bunch of damage. And then he has unique synergy with the Roman stuff. That's just cool, right? He's not weak, but he's not easy mode. What it's gotten to is all, and here's the problem. This is such an issue with the gaming, like, community. It's not Fate specific, it's not mobile game specific. What happens is you have a lot of teenagers putting like streamers and people with a lot of Reddit karma on pedestals, which is a really stupid idea, by the way. And like YouTubers and all this stuff, they put them on a pedestal, and then whatever those people say will dictate the conversation. So you'll have, like, if let's take Fate specifically, now this is not unique to FGO, but let's look at FGO as an example, like Constantine. You have all of these fucking, like, whales and shit that, or they only want to use stuff that's like Castoria good, right? If it's not Castoria good, why use it, right? That is not actually a relatable thing. Now, people make it relatable because they're putting these people on a pedestal and they see them not want to use Constantine and they go, oh, so I don't want to use Constantine. And then that's all you hear. And then that's just social media, right? That's just how social media is. The thing is, it's fine if a whale doesn't want to use Constantine because they have every 5-star and they can just do 3-turn Castoria go burn nonsense. Or Veach, Oberyn, you know, Merlin bullshit, you know, etc., so they don't have any reason for it, and that's fine for them. I'm not saying that that's wrong for them, but that's not relatable to the normal user in FGO at all. That is not the experience you're going to have. That's not even the reason you're playing the game, because I'm going to be honest, because I've lived more than fucking, you know, 5 minutes on planet Earth. Most whales in these games, or Diablo Immortal, or Lost Ark, and all these other games, they are not approaching these games from the same mindset that you are. These people are and I'm generalizing, of course. I understand that there's individuals. Don't assume this of anybody, an individual. But a lot of whales as a group, they're looking at these games as a way to show off and be more elite than the plebs. you have like rich people going in Diablo Immortal and wanting to spend a bunch of money so they can have every little thing, so then they can min-max every little thing and be way stronger than the average user and feel like they're better than them, and then they can show off in Discord and tell other people they're building their characters wrong because look how strong my character is and blah 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 blah. That's why they do it, and this is a known thing. This is not some hot take. This is a very common thing that you have like rich people or rich kids and all kinds of crap that get into mobile games or Diablo or Lost Ark or whatever, throw their credit card around and they want to feel like they're important and they want to buy status. That's what it is. They want to buy status because you can do that in a lot of other areas in life and they want to be able to do that in video games. It just is what it is. And it works. That's the thing. It works, especially when they have like teenagers and young people looking at them. They're dumb, right? So they don't get how like just buying power in Diablo is a problem, right? They don't see that. Anyway, so in FGO, you have a lot of these whales that they get into FGO or you know, Genshin Impact or, you know, whatever mobile game, and they're literally doing it to show off. They're literally doing it to try to feel like they're elite, and they're doing that by getting every 5-star and every craft essence, and not just getting the 5-star, but getting it MP3 or MP5, right? Getting every support. Limit breaking all of the good CEs, not just obtaining the CEs, limit breaking them. Same for Genshin Impact, it's getting every 5-star, it's getting every weapon, it's getting every artifact, maxing the artifact. You guys know what I'm talking about for those other games, right? Anyway, and so their experience when you're playing the game that way, right? It's not the experience of the average user. I'm not saying that you're wrong for wanting to play the game that way. You know, that's not important, right? My own personal feelings on that is not important. But that's not what the game is like. The game isn't, you know, most players are not going to pick up FGO, get into it, and have every 5-star and every 5-star CE, and that's just not what they're going to, and so what's useful to them is different, right? And then also what's fun is different. What people actually enjoy in this game is going to be different than what a lot of whales are looking to get out of the game, right? And I remember Toho Sniper made a video about this where he kind of had a wake-up moment where he was like obsessing over bond CEs and like feeling like you're more important because you have more bond CEs, and he realized how stupid that was and how most people don't give a flying fuck about that, and that's just some stupid whale thing, and like that's not even remotely relatable, reasonable, or even a good use of your time, right? And most whales never have that moment, but like that's what I'm talking about. Most people don't give a shit about min-maxing bond gain so they get the maximum amount of bond CEs for their account. Most people don't care about that, right? So when someone is looking at the game through that lens, that's kind of useless, right? And that's what back to Constantine, that's kind of what I've seen, is like you have all these elitist twats on Reddit that are acting like Constantine's useless because why use him when you have all these other things? But most people don't have those other things. And also other people like just beating the game with their favorite characters, and then it's like, okay, are their favorite characters going to be good enough to work on a team and have some kind of competent engine, right? Can they work with Qingong? Can they work with Merlin? Can they work with Hans, right? Is this effective enough to actually kill bosses? You know, does this work? If we're talking about Jekyll and Hyde, not so much, right? But like Constantine is completely fine. He is way better than most 1 to 3 stars. He gives you really nice burst damage if you work for it and set him up properly. He gives you rather solid defense. Taunt's always good. Team-wide survivability is always good. Got team-wide buffs. This is all good stuff. Is Constantine the best 5-star in the game? Absolutely not. Do you have all the best 5 stars in the game? Probably not. But do you have Constantine? If the answer is yes, okay, here's some useful stuff you can do with him, right? So yeah, I just get so tired of every time a new character comes out, they're not like in the Veach loop meta or the fucking Castoria loop meta, then people act like they're a bad unit. That is such a dumbass take. Like the fact that, like, that's kind of like I was talking about earlier with writers, where a lot of writers can't get out of their own head and they can't like write their perspective of other people or the motivations of other people. I have seen that. I'm not gonna name any names, but I remember years ago where I kind of started popping up in the FGO community. I remember some of the already like established, you know, whales just, it was so bizarre to me. They could not understand why I would want to like fight bosses in FGO and not use the strongest servants that I had. They could not understand that. And I don't mean just on like in a facetious way. They literally didn't get it, right? Like they just did not understand. I remember them like trash talking me on Discord and stuff and they'd be like, why does he do these bizarre restrictions? They just didn't get it. And it's fine that if they don't enjoy the game like that way, that's totally fine, because I actually can get out of my own head, and I get why a lot of people, you know, they want to 3-turn everything, they want to min-max everything, they want to whale, or even if they don't whale with their free-to-play funds, they want to meta slave. I get that some people are like that, and that's fine, right? I'm not insulted that those people exist. But yeah, I find a lot of the I don't know, elitism in the FGO community are just dumbass teenagers that, well, a lot of them aren't teenagers anymore, but there still are plenty of teenagers in the FGO community. But FGO is a boomer game now. Newsflash, by the way. Anyway, a lot of the elitism in FGO is just people that can't get out of their own heads and think everyone's a meta slave, and that's the only reason to ever play the game. And even if you are a meta slave, that means you also must have all the meta stuff. Because you might be meta slaving, but you started playing the game, you know, 6 months ago, and you don't have Merlin, you don't have Castoria, you don't have Scatty, you don't have Veach, right? Just because you're meta slaving doesn't mean you have every option, right? It doesn't work that way. But yeah, FGO is a boomer game now, guys. Like, it is. It's really old now. Like, I know people that when they started playing this game were in high school, and they're not in high school anymore. Let's put it that way, right? And that's actually the majority of the player base. Because now some games do a good job of like constantly bringing in new blood. FGO doesn't. FGO does not do a good job of bringing in new blood. It's actually atrocious at that. Most people that are playing FGO right now have been playing it for a long time. There are new players, absolutely, and like some people come into my chat and say they're a new player. There's some on our Discord the other day that just started playing the game. Right? Of course, there's new players, but it's a minority, right? Most of the people in the FGO community have been playing it for a really long time. And it's because now FGO is especially in Japan, FGO is a big enough like player base that even if the minority or new players coming in, it's still a large percentage of people, right? And you still need to try to, you know, treat them fairly and help them out and all that, blah 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 blah. But yeah, FGO is as a game, they do a very poor job of bringing in new blood, because the new game experience is just crap. I mean, it's just that simple. The new game experience, it's Fuyuki, Orleans, Oceanus. These are Septum. These are poorly written stories. They're long. They're boring. They're full of filler. The gameplay is trash. It kind of always was trash, but it's aged really badly. Not just because the competition is more fierce than other games, but because like there's power creep, right? You level your characters faster. You unlock new characters quicker. You get stronger things. So like Oceanus is a joke, right? Like the relative, like the difficulty of it is even easier than it ever was, but it's just as boring story-wise. There's just as much filler, right? It's bad. It's a very bad new player experience. A lot of the FP summon characters that people are still gonna get, or some of the 3 stars they can get from the tutorial summon, like Saber Gilius and all that, they still have crappy animations. So you have a decent chunk of the roster has bad animations. The early stories are very generic and boring and poorly written, and the gameplay is incredibly dull and fillery. Does that sound like a good new player experience to you? That like you have hours and hours and hours and hours, because most people have played enough video games that they're expecting the tutorial to be a joke, right? People are pretty used to that. So they'll give Fuyuki a slide on being boring and all that and easy. Like they're like, that's what you expect. They'll give Orleans a slide, like, yeah, of course that one's gonna be dumb. But when they get to Septum, it's like, why is it still dumb? Then they get to Oceanus, why is it still dumb? Then they get to London, and they quit, right? Because it's still dumb, right? And they get to America, it's still dumb, right? You have to get to Camelot, and then it's only half not dumb, right? Like, and then you, for God's sakes, even in current content, we still have too much filler and crap, right? Because they're looking at it at a step-by-step thing. They're not, when they make 6.5, they're not thinking about, well, how are people going to look at 6.5 when they play it 6 months from now? They're thinking about it as when 6.5 is the only content available. Genshin Impact is a great example of this. So I didn't play Genshin Impact for like 6 months because it was crap. And then I started playing it some from time to time. And, you know, they'd added a bunch of, like, you know, new stuff. And I'm like, oh my god, this is so painful. Like, catching up in Genshin Impact, it was just NPCs talking to themselves about literally nothing. It had nothing to do with anything for hours. You can't skip it. And you go on these dumb side fetch quests, and there's all these, like, filler world bullshit things that are in your way to get to, like, the actual unlock that you need to unlock. And I'm like, it's awful. I mean, it is so awful. And that's what FGO's like. It's like, oh, you want to do another free quest? Like, because that's essentially what happened. Like, look what I'm doing right now. Like imagine doing this content 6 months from now. Like, look what I'm doing right now. I am fighting trash mobs with 20,000 health on a 5-turn cap that I can't lose. Okay? Right? Like, and when this is the only content available, you kind of accept that there's like some filler, some good content, some good content, you know, back and forth. But when you're doing these things back to back, you realize how absolutely stupid this is. You know, you do Lostbelt 6 and it's filler, 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 some good content, filler, 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 some good content. And then you get to Lostbelt 6.5 and it's filler, 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 some good content, filler, filler. It's like, this is stupid. You don't need this much fucking filler in your goddamn video games, right? It's just, it's so bad. And Fate is just atrocious at it. It's absolutely atrocious at it. Yeah, no, Overwatch is and stuff is younger than, and no one plays Overwatch anymore, right? That's kind of my point. And we're doing even worse at bringing in new players over here. Yeah, it's a problem. There's a guy, what's his name? I think it's Jeff Strive Hayes, is that right? Something like that? But he makes a lot of content, mostly aimed at MMOs, but gaming in general. And I remember he made a video about just how many games are unbearably bad at, like, you know, cutting out filler and just not introducing filler in the first place. And Josh, okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't remember his name. But it's kind of like how with driving. I was talking about earlier, have all these like pitfalls where inexperienced riders will make the same mistakes over and over again and cart before the horse nonsense. It's the same thing in video games. Devs do a lot of stupid shit, and it's because a lot of these companies are chasing short-term quarterly gains and not long-term profitability. And short-term quarterly gains will normally screw you over in the long run. That's the problem with making a quick buck. So when you're always worrying about, well, what will make this month make us the most money, that doesn't make the game's like fundamentals work in the long run, and then your game falls apart eventually, and you never bring in new players, and then slowly players quit, and then you start milking what few players you have left, and then the game just dies, right? That's a very common life cycle for gacha games, MMOs, you know, any kind of game with like an ongoing structure. They focus so much on the short term that they just literally forget about, you know, keeping the game fun, and then they never acquire new players and they just die. And it's sad. I've seen it happen a million times where games just stop remembering that fundamentally they need to be fun first, and then the money comes, right? What will happen is they'll be fun at first, and they'll get a following, and they'll take it for granted. Oh my god, we had to kill a certain number of these guys. Okay, thanks game. I love how you have to kill a certain number of these guys. They don't tell you that, and you also can't summon a support, and you don't even have a full team, and Siegfried has to be in the front row. And then you have to kill like a bunch of these guys, right? When you have like no team building options. Like, yeah, that's fun. But yeah, video games need to remember the objective is to be fun first, right? And then when they're fun, then you can make money off people, right? So like if you want to sell skins for like champions or heroes or servants, whatever you got your ships in Azure Lane, right? If you want to sell skins, right? Like a cash shop, sell skins for $10 or whatever, that's fine. That's literally fine. But at least if you're free to play, obviously if it's a bot game, that's kind of a problem. But anyway, to have a community that gives a flying fuck about those skins and those characters, they need to like the game anyway, right? They need to be having fun in the game and be invested in the game for them to want to buy skins in the goddamn first place, right? And you can see that over and over and over again, right? Your game needs to be good and fun first before you're trying to make money off of it. And what I'm really worried about is, you can see this with the Diablo Immortal and stuff like that, is right now the industry has realized there's a bunch of rich, bored fucks out there that are willing to spend money to feel like they're better than everyone else. They're starting to make games to cater to that specifically. And the thing is, you actually can cater to that to an extent, and then but still make a good game around it, and also allow people to ignore those people. You know how easy it is to ignore people like in the FGO community that think the only thing that matters is 3-turning, It is so easy to ignore those people, right? If they want to, I don't actually care if a whale wants to spend thousands and thousands of dollars to min-max every little thing that it doesn't even matter, so they can 3-turn and try to show off. If they want to do that, I don't give a fuck. As long as within that game, they also have like story replay and fair boss fights that you can beat without having to spend thousands of dollars. And you have good character designs and good, good game modes and like fun ideas, right? If they're, I don't care if the whales want to waste money, and I also don't care if there's like these other people in the community that like feel bad and like don't like that those guys can show off and 3-turn. Like, oh, I can't do that. I don't care. I don't care about any of these people. I literally don't care. I care about, is the game fun? Can I play it without spending thousands of dollars? Are they adding new content, or is there new boss modes, or are there new stuff being added to the game, right? Is it a fun experience with or without spending money, right? And then, are the ways that you do spend money reasonable, right? And then if you want to have premium content, because I feel this way. I don't think I'm defending pay to win here. I really don't. I don't think in a free-to-play game you're entitled to like every character, right? Like in FGO, for example. As a free-to-play, I don't feel like I'm entitled to get every single character that is added to the game. I don't feel like I am. I feel like I am entitled though to a reasonable player experience where like the reasonable amount of unlocked characters I am going to get is going to be varied and fun and enough to actually fight the bosses and win. And if I'm smart and I play well and I know what I'm doing, right? I should be able to beat the bosses with the available stuff, right? I feel like I am entitled to that. But I feel if it's a free-to-play game, I don't think I am entitled to every little fucking thing, right? The game has to make money somehow, right? So I don't mind that if they add a new 5-star, that like, because I got the previous 5-star and I rolled for the safety net, right, with my free-to-play stuff, that I can't get the next 5-star, right? I have to wait a bit. That's okay. Am I the only one that feels, am I on copium? Am I defending free-to-play right now? Because I don't feel like I am, right? Because I don't want to defend free-to-play. I think free-to-play, or not free-to-play, pay-to-win, excuse me, get my terminology mixed up. I think pay-to-win is bad, but I don't think it is pay-to-win when you don't get every goddamn character, right? Like, unless, of course, the game is balanced where, because that does happen. Some video games are like, oh, wow, you don't have the newest 5-star? You can't beat this new boss then. Fuck you, right? That's pay-to-win. That is pay-to-win, and I don't defend that. That's garbage, right? But, I don't think FGO is too bad in that department, thankfully, but some games are, and it just depends. But yeah, I don't think games, like making it so you have to spend a bunch of money to get every single new character in a gacha or whatever, I don't think that's pay to win. And yes, that's catering to whales and people trying to be elitist and stuff. I don't care. I don't care. If that makes the game a lot of money and they spend that money to make the game better and add more new characters and add more new game modes, fuck them. Because the real sucker there is the elitist assholes. If you have elitist assholes buying stuff in a free-to-play game that's equivalent to like a car or a house in real life, I don't care if they're that big of a sucker, as long as the free-to-play experience is completely reasonable and there's no need to spend that kind of money, right? Like, in League of Legends, right? In League of Legends, there's like, I think they call them like legendary skins or something, and they cost like $80 or something, right? That's obviously premium and like for, people wanting to show off, or like that one purchase you're gonna make for your one favorite character, right? That's fine, because I can just not buy that skin. There's a bunch of other reasonably priced skins for a bunch of characters, and you can play the game and compete and do well without buying those $80 skins or whatever. So who gives a shit, right? If some idiot whale wants to buy every legendary skin that comes out, and then buy every character that comes out, and all, I don't care, right? If he wants to show off like that, let him. To me, he's just showing off how stupid he is, right? So I just outs him as a moron. So I don't care, right? So I don't think it's pay to win, right? Now, again, some games are pay to win. Some games very much log power behind money, and also what some games will do. And from what now correct me if I'm wrong, I've not played Diablo Immortal, but from what I understand, the issue with Diablo Immortal is technically you can get just about any gear as a free-to-play, but you would have to grind so much that it's not feasibly possible, right? Like you'd basically having to play 24/7 for months and months and months with like a bot, constantly grinding. And I don't even think you can grind that much, because I think there's some kind of limiting system that will like prevent you from doing it if you're not a whale, right? Because like, the drop rates are way lower. Because this is what I understand how Diablo Immortal works. if you're spending money, you can boost like drop rates and stuff, and you get more drops, and that those drop boosts are necessary to actually really deck out a character. And in order to do that at all, as a free-to-play, you'd have to play like for months or years, and by then there's new content. You can't ever catch up. And that's like the problem. Now, I will say this. I don't know because I've not played it, but I actually think some of the Diablo Immortal outrage is not... Because here's what I want to know, because I've never seen anyone talk about this. Can you still beat all of the relative content in Diablo Immortal as a free-to-play, right? Can every boss be beaten? Can every raid be done, or whatever? I don't know that much about Diablo Immortal. I don't even know what the in-game content is. But whatever the in-game content is, if you can beat all of it as a free-to-play without grinding for months, then I don't think it's that bad. Now, I think it's a little bad because Diablo is different than FGO, because the objective in Diablo, in games like it, is, correct me if I'm wrong, but is the loot treadmill, right? That's kind of why I don't like those games, but like the point of those games is the constant progression of your character and the constant progression of the enemies, how you're constantly getting stronger and you're constantly just better gear, murder, murder, murder. That's kind of like that's like the loop of the game, right? And so when that treadmill stops and the only way to get it to move again is paying, then it's a problem. Because in FGO it's really different, because first off, and I don't think I'm copium here, I think I'm being reasonable. Like getting, let's say your favorite character is Gilgamesh here. The farming required to get Gilgamesh to level 100, 10 to 10 skills and all this, I don't feel like it's pay gated. Am I wrong? I don't feel like it's even remotely pay gated, right? I've never bought SQ to refill my AP, right? I don't do any of that shit, and I've never felt like the farming threshold, I felt like sometimes it's not fun, but I've never felt like the farming is tied to like whaling. Now sure, the one thing that is kind of tied to whaling, if you don't have apples stocked up, now I really say that as a free-to-play, it's pretty easy to have a huge stock. Look how many clicks I have to go to show off my apples. Fucking UI. Anyway, I feel like the amount of apples I have is like, if there's a new bronze mat or whatever, like the new mat, like Charlemagne needs new mats, right? So if I want to obtain Charlemagne and then I want to 10 him as fast as possible, I'm gonna have to farm a fuckload, and my natural AP is not gonna be enough to do that. It's not, like for real. But then your apples could do it, right? I feel like most free-to-plays, if you're reasonable, you can save up apples and then farm the new nat, from a free quest over and over and over again, and then get Charlemagne to 10 to 10 within a reasonable time frame. Obviously not as fast as the whales, but you're gonna be in a reasonable time frame. So yeah, I feel like the progression is fine, and I've never felt like the progression in FGO is like so throttled by like AP or something that you can't keep up with whales as a I've never, do y'all feel that way? Because I've definitely I've had comments where people feel that way, but I've never fucking felt that way. I've always felt like when I make a new account, if I want to get in there, like, yeah, I'm not going to have a full roster of 90 characters by the time I'm in America, but I'm not supposed to. Right? It's fucking America, right? Like, Jesus, right? It's like you're supposed to build up to it, right? You're not supposed to have a bunch of max level characters in 5 minutes. So yeah, I've always felt like it's fine. I've always felt like the progression is fine, the rate of materials is fine, and that kind of stuff. Where, from what I hear from Diablo Immortal, I don't think the like bottlenecking is fine. I feel like, from what I understand it, first off, that game genre is about farming, and then the farming is way more throttled. So that's kind of the issue that from what I understand in Diablo Immortal. I really don't think FGO is like in the same boat, and that's why Diablo Immortal is like so bad. But I've never played it, so I'm not even sure. And the funny thing is, if I played Diablo Immortal, or any game like it, I wouldn't care about the gear treadmill. Like, I wouldn't. I know it's like the point of the game, but if I'm gonna play those games, I just want a good like third-person action game where I fight fun bosses and enemies and build up a cool character and like use fun abilities. That's all I care about. So I literally, I'm kind of lucky like that. All this whole like market, the meta and game development these days to kind of take advantage of people's psychology to pressure them to buy stuff, it doesn't work on me. Not at all. I have never played one of these games and ever even been remotely tempted to spend money to speed up my progression, because I don't like progressing my stats. Like, y'all seen this shit. I'm like, oh shit, these bosses are kind of easy. I should make sure I don't level up too much so I don't overstat them. That's literally how I see things in video games. But if I'm like, okay, the developer probably wanted you to be level 20 for this story, I'll make sure I don't go past level 20, so I'm like, you know, meeting the challenge how I'm supposed to. So I have to like get good and, you know, fight properly, right? I always feel that way. Any game I play, Diablo, Elden Ring, FGO, doesn't matter. That's just how I always work all the time. So every time you have these games, I'm like, oh, your progression's slower. I don't give a shit. I'm just like, that probably is gonna make the game funner because like Diablo's probably too easy. I bet you, chat, if I played Diablo Immortal as a free-to-play and I fought a boss, I'd probably be like, this is too easy. I'm probably gonna be like, why? I could literally stand in the fire, and that's dumb. I don't want to be able to stand in the fire. I can almost guarantee you that's how I'm gonna see the game, and so I'm not gonna give a flying fuck about the business model. Now, I'm not really defending it, because again, I get it. Diablo is different than FGO. FGO is more about the story progression, the event progression, you know, getting characters you like every once in a while, you know, fighting Fluffy, fighting Gwen. That's what FGO is about. Diablo is not really about that. It should be, but it's not. You know, Diablo is literally about looting for looting for looting to get loot, so to get stronger, to get more loot. Right? That's just what Diablo is. And as such, I don't really like most of those games. I find them incredibly boring. But that's most people. The thing is, most people love that. Most people love that. Most people love that kind of progression. That kind of carrot on a stick, and that's why these business models are really predatory and they work. That gets in people's psychology and stuff, because people like the carrot on a stick, and then when you make it so, oh, you keep chasing the carrot, you have to pay. It works on people, but yeah, it just doesn't work on me. It's never worked on me. It's actually the opposite. It's actually always had the opposite effect, where it makes me actually kind of enjoy being a free-to-play more because it makes the game more challenging. FGO's not challenging enough, so obviously I don't want to whale in it. Like, fuck that. That's gonna make it easier. Like, Jesus. Okay, we need to, like, murder here, so, Siegfried don't do nothing. I already kind of forgot the classes of the enemies. So, I think there were assassins. We'll just do that and just spam NPs. That ought to do it. Actually, this stage right here might be hard on the 1 to 3 star account with 3-star craft essences. It might not. Like, there's good AoE. We got Spartacus, Raj, that kind of stuff. So it might be fine. But I could. You don't have a lot of time here, and then your team is so limited. It's only 4 units, and then only 3 of them are your units. So that could be rough. Give me 1 second, chat. I need water. I'm over here ranting like a madman. How does Darius fare against someone like Iskandar? Hold on. I mean, like, Darius does alright because his toolkit is designed to, like, keep up with Iskandar. Like, overall, Iskandar is a little bit stronger, but it's gonna be, like, a close fight because Iskandar is designed to do that. But, like, if Darius fights a bunch of other things, he's not gonna do as well. Like, okay, if Darius 1v1s 100 random servants, and then Iskandar 1v1s the same 100 servants, Iskandar is gonna have a way better win rate. Right? It's just, Darius's toolkit is designed to be able to keep up with Iskandar. But it's not overall as good. And also Iskandar would probably win anyway, because he won in history, and you can kind of see that in the toolkit that it's kind of designed to be that way. So, anyway, alright, I'll be right back. Gotta get water. Alright, I'm back. So, this is like a game design thing, though, that I see that's really prevalent, and I think it's kind of the issue why Diablo Immortal is getting so much hate. A lot of video games, they'll be, like, they'll have a different skin of this, right? Like, the surface level will be different. Like, this is a medieval game, this is a first-person shooter, this is a third-person game, right? But what's going on behind that is, you play main story, it's pretty easy, it kind of holds your hand, it's like a theme park. You get to like the air quotes in game, and now you do the same activities, like maybe there's 3 or 4 things to do, and you do those 3 or 4 things over and over and over and over, and you're doing it to get gear, so now you have strong enough gear to do the next tier of in-game, which is like 3 or 4 activities that are just stats or higher. So you do those over and over and over and over until you get the gear. That's a really stupid gameplay loop in my opinion, and the thing, so why Diablo Immortal is so bad is because I think it's pretty much that, and then the problem is to like keep progressing, you basically have to pay. And see how I feel, regardless if you need to pay or not pay, if I get into a game and I play through it and I get to that point where all you're doing is grinding to grind so you get better gear, so you can grind more to grind more gear, so that you can grind more. When I notice a game is doing that, I just stop playing it. I don't find that fun. And I notice that stuff really easily. So whenever I'm playing a video game, I'm like, oh yeah, that's all there is to it. And there's not actually fun boss fights. Oh my god, I didn't get water, chat. I got up and I drank like a bit of water and I got like a snack and I didn't actually get water. So I have to get that. But anyway, yeah, when a game gets to the point that that's all the gameplay loop is and it doesn't have fun boss fights or whatever, I just stop playing it. Right? And if all I see is like, oh, you gotta spend money to do this, and I'm like, now I'm really not gonna play it because I don't want to do it anyway. I don't want to grind for no reason, and then I have to pay money to do it. Fuck that! You have to pay me to do that shit. Like, jobs are often referred to as a grind, right? And you get paid to do your job, right? I don't want to pay you for the privilege of me working, right? I don't think so. Like that's super backwards. But I think a lot of people, it's because their brain feels like you accomplished something because you got this gear, right? Now here's the thing, I think it's fine to feel a sense of accomplishment because you won a board game or you beat someone in a fighting game. Well, that's fine, right? That's no different than beating someone in tennis or whatever. So of course you can have, you know, virtual accomplishments, but they basically found you can make people do stupid, dumbass things that a monkey can do and trick the human brain into thinking it just won the World Cup. Right? So you have people like playing MMOs or Diablo or gacha games or loot shooters like Destiny, right? And basically they did something over and over and over again that was really easy, but it took a long time, and they just had to grind and do it again and again and again. You know, a monkey can do this, and then they finally progressed and got the shinies, and now their brain fucking thinks they just won, like they just beat a grandmaster in chess, right? You didn't do that, right? Like it's a mind game, right? It's dumb, and once you know that, it's like a house of cards, man. The shit just falls apart so easily. It's like, what a waste of time. And I've kind of just always known about like these kind of brain traps, and I've never really cared about them, so I always generally avoid the whole grind kind of shit. But yeah, I think why Diablo is such a shit show is because it's inherently a game. That's what I just described. And that's what people want out of it. They want it to be that, and now they have to pay money to do it, and they're like, oh yeah, fuck that. Yeah, I've heard Destiny has some fun raids with like interesting mechanics. And like if you play with randoms, they're gonna already know the mechanics, and you're supposed to do this, and oh my god, you're taking too long, and you know, blah 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 blah, it's no fun. But if you play with like a group of friends, and you don't look shit up online, you just go in there and figure it out for yourself. I've heard it's a really fun experience. And that's fine, you know, that's great. But there still is, you know, that kind of loot philosophy is still in those games, like absolutely. And FGO is lucky. The only reason FGO is not like that is because the devs didn't know what they were doing when they made FGO. Like that, it's a finite progression, right? You don't, there's no gear.
like in Genshin Impact, that has like, you know, stats that can just screw you over and it takes you, you know, forever to get a good piece of gear. There's none of that. All the upgrades in FGO are very finite. You know, it's just 10, 10, 10, right? You know, max level, all that. It's really easy and finite to get a character like end game complete, if you will, right? And because of that, FGO's not a piece of shit. But if they made FGO 2, bet your ass they're gonna have, you know, gear with RNG stats and RNG leveled up stats on the gear and all this other bullshit to make you grind. I mean, God, I hate that kind of game design. Like, we're just lucky that FGO's not like that. Like, it's just a coincidence. Okay, I need to kill 3 more of these. I actually think we're gonna fail. I actually need to, like, try a little harder here. I need to be able to NP twice to somebody, I think. I would want FGO 2 if it was made well, right? If it was like FGO but better, right? Better game engine, better, you know, actual game modes, boss rush mode, you know, challenge mode for the old story nodes, you know, that kind of stuff. Like Arc Knights, right? If FGO 2 was like FGO plus Arc Knights, I'd be like, yes. You know, all the they're like, where you can replay story, and but you can like do optional challenges and all that. Like, that'd be great. But Arc Knights also doesn't have, you know, that kind of grind thing either. Okay, so we have to kill 2 of these or we lose. I don't think we can do that, so I'm pretty sure we lose here. And it's because we've had no way to kill these archers the entire time. Are you talking about Arc Knights, mister? What game are you talking about? For Arc Knights, I've seen that sentiment several times. But I'm pretty sure quite a few games would fall under that description. Okay, let's see here. Need to actually give a shit about this. The problem is Siegfried is just so useless in this stage. Like, he's so fucking useless. You are talking about Arc Knights? Yeah, I understand that. It's a pretty hard game, especially if you're free to play. Like, you'll get plenty of 6 stars as free to play, but that game is a bitch, man. But I like it. It's very rewarding. I always say this. Arc Knights just isn't a tower defense game. Because I'm the same way. I don't like tower defense games either, but I love Arc Knights. It just doesn't... I've seen this over and over again in like YouTube comments and stuff. People that haven't played it much or at all are like, I don't like tower defense. And everyone that plays is like, it's not really a tower defense game. And I agree, it's not a tower defense game. Like, it just doesn't work that way. It's more like a puzzle combat game, right? Like, it's you know, there's a couple of moments where it feels kind of tower defensey, but most of the time it just doesn't. I mean, like, at all. I'd always say if the game intrigues you, give it a shot. You know, just, you know, play it up to like chapter 5. You know, see what you think. And if you don't like it, you know, fuck it. You didn't lose anything out of it. And if you enjoy it, because yeah, I felt the same way, and I never really wanted to play Arc Knights because of that. But then I ended up like, oh shit, this is actually good. Okay, Waver is the obvious way to beat this, but I'm not going to do that. I'm trying to think of how I'm going to get... I don't want to just throw 5 stars at it, so... Okay, Arash is actually pretty good here. Although maybe not on the first wave. I've been ranting so much I don't actually remember the class order at all, and if like some of the classes are missing, and which would make one or other, you know, class better. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't know about this. Like, Siegfried is pretty damn useless on this team, so this might not be good enough. Actually, Canis is very good for this stage. Big normal card damage means she can kill stuff after the MP is gone. She has battery, gets the MP quick. You need it to kill the archers. Fuck. I was hoping he'd kill it so I could hit the Berserker, but I guess I'm just gonna Arash NP anyway. By the way, I looked it up. This right here is a 50% attack up. It comes with the defense down, obviously, but it's kind of ridiculous. And also, this guy's NP is actually not confused. What this guy's NP is the unit that gets debuffed has a 50% chance every turn to stun their teammates, not themselves. So that's kind of wild. The archer gets like a really, really big, they get sure hit and then a 3-turn, I think like 50% debuff resistance. The saber gets a 3-turn, 30% attack up, 30% defense up. The rider's attack down is 30% for 3 turns, which is abnormally large. And Beastly had said the other day it seemed rather meaty, and he was correct, it is. So yeah, they have some pretty strong effects there. It's a shame you never really fight them in like an actual boss setting, where they have like boss stats and break bars and shit like that. You always fight them when they're kind of got weak stats, so they die really quick. So it's not as meaningful. Yeah, the assassin has, I think, 20%, his NP is 20% insta-death chance. And then if he has his skill up, he gets evade for 1 turn, and then insta-death chance up 30%. Which is probably the worst out of the lot. And then the Lancer has 3-turn, I think 30% crit up, 3-turn, 30% crit damage up, and then 100% chance to stun on his NP. Oh yeah, and the saber gets defense pierce on his NP. Yeah. And then the Berserker does defense down on his NP, and actually a pretty large amount. I think it's 30%, so that means that the Berserker actually gets an 80% damage buff between his 2 abilities there. That's kind of wild. Okay, this is looking like a good time for Blood Axe. The Lancer would be the biggest problem. This is a remix of, I think it's like a cafe theme or something from Toho. I don't know anything about Toho, but just look at like Toho Cafe Jazz remix. But it's pretty good, so. So, funny story how I found out about this song. There was this was in Dark Souls 3. There is the Flamberge is kind of a bitch to farm, and I get it like on all my characters. And at one time when I was farming it, I just randomly looked up like on YouTube, Flamberge farm. I wanted to see like what other people did. And this one guy that was doing like the same route for farming it that I was, because it is probably one of the hardest items, if not the hardest item in Dark Souls 3 to farm, just because it's so awkward. Like, there's no good mobs near like respawn points to farm it. And this guy, was doing the route that I was doing, and he was basically showing off how unbearably bad his luck was. He was doing like the run around to kill this mob over and over and over again, and he was just doing it over and over and over and over, and like it really sped up speed, and he just was not getting the drop. And he did every little thing you could do to boost your drop rate in that game, like wearing all the items that boost your item find and stuff, and he just wasn't getting it. And he was playing this song while he was doing it. And it was kind of fucked up because I was doing it on a character that had barely any item find, and I got the item like way faster than he did. So it feels bad.
Alright, do I want to NP here? No, I think I NP next turn because Siegfried can delete this guy. We're gonna win, but just barely. Ouch. Alright, we got it. Hey, Mr. Isit, thank you for the 2 years, dude. That's a long time. Plumberge is pretty easy to get in most of the games, except for Dark Souls 3. By the way, so this whole rant, that's kind of been overarching this stream, like the philosophy behind a lot of this stuff, is actually the reason why Dark Souls and Elden Ring are so popular, because they're not this shit. Like that's literally the reason, and it's actually funny to me watching all these game developers have like a mental breakdown on Twitter because Elden Ring sold so good and their stupid fucking, you know, mainstream piece of trash, you know, AAA game didn't. Because like it's like the game industry has just like lost itself so much they don't even remember like what a good video game is anymore. Like it's so corporate now, it's crazy. And Elden Ring is like, it's not exactly a AAA game because FromSoft to this day is not that big of a studio. Like they're not like an indie dev, but like they're kind of like AA, right, if you will. They're on their way though to be AAA now with how much Elden Ring sold, but. Anyway, it's one of the few big name titles that's just like an actual video game, right? Like it's about doing things, you know, like wow, it's not about, you know, farming to farm to farm to farm, and like the game doesn't hold your hand and like make sure you have the same experience as everyone else. Because what I see a lot of is. Basically, they've like made an amusement park and they want to make sure you don't miss anything, right? And that's like the problem. The thing is, Elden Ring really isn't a AAA game. That's the thing. It actually doesn't meet the definition because although the people involved, like Bamco, gave it as much money as they possibly could, Bamco's not even that big of a publisher. Like they're big, but they're not half as big as like fucking you know, EA and shit and all these other companies, and FromSoft isn't owned by them, they're contracted by them. And Bamco contracts all kinds of tiny devs. Those devs don't suddenly become AAA devs because they got contracted by Namco Bandai, right? That's just not how this works. When you actually look at FromSoft staff size, you know, budget, yada yada yada, they're absolutely not like on the same par as like Activision Blizzard. They're just not. It's not the same thing. Now, after Elden Ring, they, you know, pretty much are on their way to that now, and they are, you know, they're, you know, and again, they're not like an indie dev, of course not. You know, they've always been owned by Katakawa, or whatever you call them, and you know, they have okay budgets and stuff. But when you look at Dark Souls budget, Elden Ring's budget and stuff, it isn't like the budgets of a lot of AAA games. Now, it's for FromSoft, Elden Ring is a much higher budget than they've like ever had, and that's because Bamco has a lot of trust in them because of their track record, and they just threw all the money at them. But that doesn't make you suddenly a AAA developer. Your staff doesn't warp all of a sudden. You know, your company history doesn't just evaporate just because a publisher has faith in what you're doing and throws a lot of money at your face. Like that, and anyone that works in like animation or game development will tell you that. It's like, you can't just throw money at a problem and then have it, you know, get fixed, right? Like, all the money in the world for an animation studio won't mean the studio has good hiring practices. Why is there ice everywhere? What is happening right now? We're having all these flashbacks. Fucking, we have like Anastasia Ghost here, which I'm not sure she's actually there. I don't know if he's like remembering her or what. I have no idea what's going on right now. Bale's dead. Yeah, I'll take that one. So is this like a Anastasia apparition? Everything's going to shit and I'm over here talking about video game budgets. Yeah, Bethesda wasn't AAA back in the day. Of course not. Like, hello? Like they became AAA, but absolutely they weren't back in the day. Like this is such a problem in the game industry. Everything gets so bloated that everything, like if it's not like an 8 or a 9 or a 10, it's garbage. So what the fuck? And like literally every game is AAA. It's either indie or AAA. Like hello? There's a scale. What happened to A, B, C? You know, like how did we go from either not at all or it's AAA? Like it's so dumb, right? Like people are so stupid like that. It's like, oh, its game is not a 9 out of a 10. It's garbage. Like when 5 used to be average. And then now we have like some of the most mediocrity, you know, filled games ever coming out, and they're 7.5s, and everyone agrees that's a fair score, and like, yeah, that was pretty average, Sag. And they're giving it a 7.5. I'm like, what? Like, AAA means the absolute pinnacle of like studio, publisher, budget, you know, all that stuff. That is not Bethesda back in the day. That is not FromSoft, right? Like, and they're getting there, right? And Bethesda's pretty much there now, because they got like didn't get bought by Microsoft and all that shit. Just because a publisher throws some money at you and you make a successful game, you're not all of a sudden triple fucking A, right? And triple fucking A does not translate to good product. By the way, right? Most indie games that I've played in the last year are better than like 90% of AAA games that released, if I played them or not. It's a shit show. But yeah, I get really tired of that in the game industry where people have no barometer, right? It's like, or scale. It's not even FGO, man. It's a unit's either trash or it's meta. I'm like, what the fuck is, like, what, you know, they're S tier or they're D tier. I'm like, what happened to fucking, you know, D plus, C minus, C plus, B minus, B, you know, it's like, what happened to all these other fucking ranges? They exist for a reason. You know, A, AA, AAA, B, right? All these things existed, and somehow it's either AAA or indie. I'm like, that's just stupid. B for bad, indeed. Anyway, so why is Anastasia here? Does anybody know what the hell's going on? And was that like that frost just like in his head, or did that actually happen? Like, what the fuck? And we're not even fighting like a boss there. We were fighting you know, the trash. I mean, I guess the trash mobs are like named characters and stuff, but. Oh yeah, indie devs are gonna get on that Gacha shit. And I don't think Gacha is inherently bad. I don't think it is. I don't, of course it's not, right? There's nothing about a Gacha that means you can't have like a reasonable unlock rate, or good gameplay, or reasonable free-to-play characters, or, you know, be generous with the roles and stuff. There's plenty of ways to do Gacha in a fair, reasonable way, absolutely. It's just a lot of them don't. Right? And there are benefits to Gachas, and actually one of the benefits to Gacha is one of the main reasons I actually play some of these games is because it encourages the developer to make a lot of characters that are going to have a variety of archetypes. Like, for example, here we go. I know exactly right, here we go. If you have a video game that comes out, you know, and you have one playable main character, do you think it's going to be this? Right? Like, what was that game? Horizon Zero Dawn or whatever the fuck? You think you're gonna play this in a game like that? Ever? Like, ever? Right? Like, no, you're not. You're gonna get characters like this in gacha games, fighting games, and like MOBAs. And it's because those games basically have to have large casts. Right? And so I like those games because of that, because you get characters like this that you are also, I like how his sprite is like fucked up. If you watch his front legs, every once in a while they like vibrate. And it's kind of like the armor gets all like fugly and all messed up, so they kind of screwed that one up. Anyway, but yeah, so and on the one hand, I'm happy about gacha games becoming more prevalent because I like having characters like Horsebindo and Proto-Ku and Blood Axe and Constantine and Babbage, for God's sakes. Darius. I like being able to play these characters and fight bosses with these characters and have interesting gameplay with these characters, right? That's a huge positive to me. And Gachas are like the best for that. But there are a lot of pitfalls. I'm not like blind. I'm not like, oh my god, Gosh was awesome. Like, of course there's big problems and a lot of these developers are greedy and it's getting, I'll say this, I feel like mainstream games are getting worse and Gacha games are getting better. Now that's gonna change because Gacha games are becoming mainstream as well, but like Art Knights and even Genshin and FGO, I don't think are really that predatory, especially now that FGO has a safety net, right? Like people can act like Genshin is super scummy. I don't think it is at all. I don't think Genshin's even remotely scummy. The problem I have with Genshin is it's boring. But the business model's fine. You get loads of characters as a free-to-play. They don't add characters very often. It has a safety net that carries over. So every few months you are guaranteed to get new max rarity characters. And of course you're gonna get other characters along the way. That's a completely reasonable unlock rate. I've never thought Genshin's like character unlock rate as free-to-play is a problem. It's actually fine. I think it's completely fine. And same for FGO. And again, now FGO has a safety net, and so you're not going to have like save up for 5 months and fail to get the character you want. That just doesn't happen anymore. Same for Arc Knights. Arc Knights' safety net's kind of scuffed, but that's a whole different thing. But anyway, yeah, a lot of the Gosh games right now, I'm like, yeah, actually they're pretty fair for their business model. They're not that scummy. You don't need to be NP5 on every new 5-star that comes out. Not at all. You don't need to be NP1. A lot of the 5 stars you can just skip. Like, fuck it. But the problem I see with a lot of Gacha games is they're boring, and then you have other games that are starting to adopt Gacha's style of like things, and they're even more scummy about it, right? So yeah, mainstream gaming I think has gotten way more scummy, and Gacha gaming has actually gotten less scummy because things like safety nets have become standard. And like a lot of making free-to-play units good has become standard. Because a long time ago, back when it was just like, I don't know, Idolmaster or whatever the fuck. I don't even know what the old Idol games were. I don't know if Idolmaster is an anime, a game, or both. And I just know there's a bunch of like idol shit like Love Live, Idolmaster. I don't know which ones are which. I have no idea which. I just know way back in the day, like most of the Gacha games were like idol games and shit. And they were really predatory, and then a lot of the early other Gacha games, when they had like 1 to 3 stars, they were garbage, they were useless, they didn't do anything. But it's become pretty standard now that low stars, actually got some chops on them, right? And you can actually beat content with them, and they're actually fun and unique a lot of the times. FGO's got good low stars, Art Knights has good low stars, Genshin has good low stars. It's become pretty standard, right? So safety nets are standard, good low stars and free-to-play units are standard. That's made and the gameplay's gotten better because like Idolmaster or whatever the fuck back then didn't have like gameplay really. So I think Gachas have gotten much better, but they can derail really fast again. And because of games like Diablo Immortal and all these things, they probably will. Honestly, I think it's going to become such a gambling shit show that the government is going to like drop the hammer at some point. Like right now, the government is full of so many idiot boomers that don't know how to like open their email, that they wouldn't know what's a predatory business model in a video game and what's not. And because of lobbying and everything, it's just not going anywhere. But eventually it's going to get so stupid and so prevalent that the government's going to drop the hammer. And what sucks too is that the government, because they don't know what they're doing, might like drop too much of a hammer and might really fuck up gaming. So it's really something to be worried about, to be honest. I think this is the boss fight with, yeah, so now you have more control. I think this is the boss fight with, what's her name? So you actually can put Siegfried in the back row. I didn't think you could do that, actually. I actually feel kind of stupid now because in my video, he's in the front row, but whatever. I think the first fight with her, though, is not the one that I made a video of. I think it's the second fight, because that's the harder one, unless I'm remembering backwards. So yeah, if you wanted to, though, you could do, like, Robin Hood, Mozart. You know what? Fuck that. We'll do that. We'll do Siegfried on the next one, because that's a real boss fight. Let's see. What does this account have for Robin? Something bad might happen if Siegfried's not in the front row, but we'll see. Oh yeah, we're all getting older. It never changes. What's chat arguing over? Chat's talking about something being boring and blah 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 blah, but I missed the game that's being talked about here. I don't think a lack of an open world hurt Punishing Grey Raven at all. That's like saying a lack of an open world hurt FGO. It's completely fine to make a stage-based game. It's about how you you know, connect the dots and like what are the systems, what are you actually doing within the gameplay. If anything, I actually think an open world is a bigger hindrance to more games than not, because then you have to fill it with stuff, and developers never have enough money and resources to fill it up, and it's just crap. And then also, when you have 30 players beating on one enemy, there's no way you're going to make that enemy engaging, and you're not even going to see what's happening. I actually think open worlds are a massive detriment to most games. Now, occasionally you have a game that gets it right, like Elden Ring or maybe Breath of the Wild or something, right? But those are rare. I think just slapping open worlds on games is just, it's terrible. It just results in boring bullshit, right? Like Ubisoft open worlds. You know what I mean by that, right? That's what slapping open worlds normally does. I think stage-based games are great, right? I mean, look at like so many like awesome games like DMC5 and stuff. That's a stage-based game. DMC5 doesn't need an open world. And let's say you had a game like DMC5 that was like a gacha or something, so it's like an ongoing game. You know, if you add new stages, new stories, new chapters, new bosses, new like gauntlets, new challenge towers to it, it's fine, right? That's fine. That's all you need to do. So like a game like Punishing Gray Raven and stuff is going to live or die based on like what kind of replayability do you have, what kind of side modes do you have boss rush modes, how fun is it to fight those things, what reasons do you have to do the different, you know, game modes available. That's how you make a good stage-based game. You know, slapping an open world to make people run around in circles for, you know, hours on end. Like most MMOs, when you break them down and you remove the open world, what you're actually doing is just garbage. But it's just garbage, and they're literally wasting hours and hours of your time making you walk from point A to point B, right? Like, wow, great game design. But humans are fucking stupid and they fall for this crap a lot of the time. Which I think is kind of depressing because it just results in a lot of really video games. It's not like, and again, I'm not saying open worlds are inherently bad. They're not, because when they are done properly, they can be very fun. But I think open worlds are one of the absolute hardest things to do properly. Just like how animation is the hardest way to tell a story, because it is so hard to animate. It is so time consuming. It is faster to do literally anything else. In terms of storytelling. I'm not exaggerating, it's just true. It's so much faster to do live action, clay, you know, stop motion, 3D. Everything is easier and faster than doing, you know, classical animation, right? Like it is the slowest way to tell a story. And open world is like the most demanding of like development, right? You need the most room, you need to make the most environmental assets like trees and rocks and shit. You have to spend the most time placing those trees and rocks. You need more enemies, you need more everything. And the thing, that's why most open worlds fail, is because they don't have those things. Look at Genshin Impact, right? Jesus Christ, they added that new continent and you're fighting hilly trolls and slimes again. It's like, are you kidding me? Right? There's just not nearly enough enemies in Genshin Impact to fill up their open world. And so you'll find some little cave or nook and cranny and like, oh, look, it's slimes again, right? It's just, it's not interesting, right? And that's the problem. Because even Elden Ring, which I'm pretty sure like data miners have confirmed, has the most unique enemies in an open world game ever made, and the most like unique bosses and all that shit ever made, and most of the enemies in Elden Ring have like good movesets, right? So, but even Elden Ring feels a bit sparse from time to time, right? Like especially like that giant area at the end, it's just a bunch of reskins of old enemies. You know, you find a new cave and it's just old enemies. And Elden Ring's better than most, right? It's better than most, and it had a, you know, big budget. It was in a very long development cycle. You know, that's why one reason FromSoft is actually a good developer is they spend more time developing their games than most people do. So they have more time to make more mobs and things like that. But even Elden Ring feels a bit sparse. I wouldn't say super sparse, but even Elden Ring feels a bit sparse. And you have all these other open world games that have significantly less mobs in total, and bosses in total, and you know, hidden nooks and crannies and all that, and they just feel unbelievably sparse. So yeah, I think developers have to be very careful about making things open world, because it's just very easy to basically doom your game to like not have enough content to fill it. They're not counting those though. That's what I'm talking about. With Elden Ring, they're talking about the unique mobs, because obviously there's reskins in Elden Ring, right? Like Radahn soldiers, Godric soldiers, the reskins. But they're not counting those. When you just count the unique enemies in Elden Ring, they have like the most enemy types out of any open world game. Now, that's not saying that Elden Ring has enough. It's not saying that. It's just, it's doing better than everyone else, right? If you compare Genshin Impact to Dark Souls, or I'm sorry, Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring has got a million times better enemy variety. It's not even close, right? It's so much better. But even Elden Ring still feels a bit sparse. That's my point, right? Because they are still reskinning things and, you know, they're still spread thin. Elden Ring is absolutely spread thin. Definitely thinner than like Dark Souls 3, right? Or something like, or Dark Souls 1 or whatever. But it's better than other open world games. And that's like a big problem with Breath of the Wild, right? Breath of the Wild does a good job of giving you wacky things to play around with and fun tools and dropping boulders on people and shit like that. But you're fighting those like hobgoblin things just all of the time. And the enemy variety in Breath of the Wild is terrible. I mean, it's super bad. Where Elden Ring is better, but it's still not, you know, perfect by any means. Okay, what am I gonna do for this last slot to make our boy hit really hard? I could always do David, because you can overcharge his NP with David's NP, and then David does some okay damage, and you get charisma. Let's see, I can do this, but it's not that great. I can do this, but no starting NP. It'd be kind of rough on this team. Alright, we'll go with the old classic. I'm not sure this is going to be enough oomph, though. This might be folly. I don't have Mozart's Bond CE, so we'll get his NP then. Although we might just die immediately, because it does hit pretty hard, so I don't know if I'm going to have like the time to get all my NPs here. We'll see what happens. I might need to... This is where I wish I could bring George, and then George is replaced by David. That would be the ideal way to do this. Yeah, I might have to use Siegfried, just because of the space, if I'm going to keep it budgety. This is not the boss fight. This is trash mobs again. Oh my god. Chat, this is so stupid. Like, this singularity is so bad. You know, I love the class card guys, they're really cool and everything, but like, this is such a joke. Like, it's just, this is so many stages in a row where you're just fighting a bunch of trash mobs and you have to kill 10 of them in 5 turns. Oh man. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, it's like 80 stages in a row of the same thing. Like, wow. I'm just like, you literally could have summed up what's happening in like 2 combat stages, right? And just have it happen in the story. You don't need to have you fight the same generic thing over and over and over and over and over and over. And good God, man. Like, what the fuck is the point of this? I'm about to use Waver. I'm so annoyed with these goddamn stages, dude. Like, who the fuck wants to do this over and over again like this? Like, god damn it. Gil is probably better than Gwaine for this, but you know what? I'm just doing it anyway. I mean, the enemies look fine, right? Like, the generic servants look cool, the crab thing looks cool, but, you know, after fighting them for, like, the billionth time, it's like, I would rather have had, like, 2 fights with these enemies, where it's much harder, and they have, like, break bars and gimmicks, and it's, like, you know, an actual fight with the trash mobs, right? Like, dude, and just have 2 fights, and that encompasses all this bullshit story, right? And instead of you just fighting the same, like, weak stuff over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Oh right, we've got Blood Axe's passive. That's actually nice for farming then. Kind of cool. We'll just go for here. Next stars. Honestly, the way that they try to get you to buy rainbow apples is definitely the new materials. That's why they always add new materials every new singularity. It's so you can't have them stockpiled. That's why. Like, that's why they add a new material every fucking story. And that's that is such a bad move on their part. Because I doubt they make that much money from it, and like the bloat that results from that is so bad. And it's like they're just doing it because it's what they know works. It's short-term quarterly gains. They're like, well, if we add a new mat, we'll make some money. But in the long run, you end up adding so many mats spread out over so many goddamn stages that you can't. It's insane. Like there's so many goddamn materials now, and they do it that way because when a new, Charlemagne comes out, blah blah blah, Roland, whales want to show off and get them, and if you want to get their skills to 10, you don't have an event available, you gotta farm the free quests a lot. I mean, a lot. You need so many of those new mats, so you have to do these free quests hundreds of times, and that's a massive amount of AP. That they'll make it, the company will make a bit of money from these whales and stuff doing that. Where if they use old mats, a lot of people are going to have those mats stockpiled, right? And then they can just instantly get the skills up to 10. And it's a really bad move. I think it's a very dumb idea on their part because I doubt they even make that much money from it. And it just the long-term bloat is not good. Yeah, no, and you got event shops with hearts where you have like 500 of. It's like, oh, whoop-de-doo. The thing is, new players still need hearts, though, right? A new player needs hearts, but they also need every other mat. And there's like 1 billion of them now. So the odds of the shop having the old mats that the new players need and the new mats that the new players need, it's like, it takes forever, right? It's super obnoxious. So they just didn't think ahead. Right? They just didn't think ahead. It's not like they're trying to have this kind of bloat. They just don't, they don't know how to have their cake and eat it too in this department. Okay, Horse Bindo really could use some, NP gain here. Not sure Gawain's gonna do enough damage, but we'll see. Oh yeah, Lostbelt 7 is gonna probably be 2 parts, and then we'll have new match, both parts. Shit. We didn't. Wow, that's so bad. Now Horse Bindo can't NP. We gotta kill 5 more of these guys. You can't target switch to kill the 2 that are low in health, so it'll take at least 2 turns. I can probably kill 2 this way, because we have crits. Actually, we might kill all 3 of them. Because, yeah, Gawain is Gawain, so... Well, that kind of turns it around. Makes up for that catastrophe. This is my guess. You're gonna have 2 parts for Lostbelt 7, and then you're gonna have like a Solomon type wrap-up thing. Like the big, finale or whatever. That's kind of my guess. I honestly have no idea how many mats are in the game now, but they've literally added a new, like, sometimes they have 2 every time there's a new main story, so... Oh good, that was enough. Barberto's coming back. It'd be interesting if Guadia summons the demon killers again somehow on our side or something like that. I do think Guadia is ultimately going to be a protagonist. Maybe kind of in an anti-hero way. And even if he's not a protagonist, he's definitely not going to be a straight antagonist at the end. Like, no way. The one way he won't be summonable is if he, like, sacrifices himself and he dies permanently and Romani comes back or something like that. And then he might not be summonable, but I do suspect he's going to be summonable. And we know for a fact that they were considering making him summonable, because he has files in the game for a victory line, a defeat line, an extra attack, that kind of stuff. That's bosses don't ever have that normally, so they thought about making him playable way back during Solomon, but they just didn't for whatever reason, be it out of time, changed their minds, wanted to do something else, or, who knows, but for one reason or another, he's not summonable, but they were thinking about it. So I guess she's still alive. Oh, there's she. I was wondering what they were going to do with that character, because she showed up for like 5 seconds, and then you didn't see her again. But there's no gameplay segment with her, so
He's not summonable right now, but maybe someday. Did she just shoot him? Because they were on the same side as far as I was aware. It looks like he survived. He's like, hey, oh, well, guess she got wrecked. That's kind of funny. So she like tried to gank him there, and then he like hexed her or something. But what's funny is she's probably going to be a gold, and you know he's a silver. So rarity means nothing. Not really sure why she did that. Hey, boy. She seems pretty likely to be summonable, but the thing is, it took them like 9 years to add Roland since he was in a Stalfo's interlude, so could be the same thing for her. Kirihime was buffed. It was just a very forgettable buff. So I think the Dawn like immobilized him, and now Booty Lancer taking him out. Why? See, why didn't this go into gameplay though? Right, like right before that, you just fight him and have an actual gimmicky fight. You know, give him health bars, yada yada, and then afterwards you have this cutscene play out. Right, like that's what they normally do. So I don't get why this is an actual gameplay. I guess he's not dead yet. No, yep, sand fake again. I'm sure he's gonna bite the dust soon though. Yeah, Agravain's still not playable, like holy shit. Why would I complain about another fight? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? When have I ever complained about like another actual boss fight? Like, oh man, we fought you and Horspindo. Oh no, now we have to fight Lee. I'm so mad that I have to fight Lee after fighting Horspindo and you. And then, oh my god, I have to fight Mothband after Lee. This has never come out of my mouth at any point in time. It is the opposite of that. And then you have Lostbelt 5-2, which is literally nothing but actual gimmick fights, right? Every fight has a gimmick, all of them. Everything is either a full-on boss fight or like special trash without filler. And I always say that's my favorite story ever because every goddamn stage is something. Like there's no filler stage in Lostbelt 5-2. And it got my hopes up because I thought from 5-2 and on, it was like, oh, they're raising the bar. And all the stories from now on are like, you're not going to have bullshit fights where you're fighting like 9 zombies in 3-3-3. But nope, we went right back to the stupid shit. I don't think I've ever complained about like too many real fights ever. Like ever. Like, because the only time we ever had a lot of them really was 5-2. And I was like on cloud 9. Like for real, I've never been happier with FGO. Yeah, then 5.5 went right back to how they used to do it, and then Lostbelt 6 was like Babylonia and utter garbage. Okay, I think now we're gonna have a boss that has gimmicks. It's just this one, you only have to do the first health bar. And then the one after it is when you have to actually kill the boss. Okay, it has to be in the front row, so never mind, no Robin Hood shit. By the way, I don't know if it's true in this fight. I'm probably gonna make a video of this. So, after I beat the next fight with this boss, right, which is like the main fight, and I beat it, you know, first fucking try, but, you know, then I reset and did it with a few different setups and whatnot. But after I'd done it with a few setups, and I went to do it with a solo, so I was like, I think you can solo this. And obviously you have to bring Siegfried, and he has to be in the front row, so I put Siegfried here, I put Chin Gong here, right, you put solo unit here, and I Chin Gong, and it doesn't kill Siegfried. It kills your unit in the middle because they don't want you to be able to Chin Gong the storage support, which is just I was so I bet you Beastly did the same thing. So stupid, dude. We finally beat them, right? They kept doing these 4 storage supports and we beat them because of Chin Gong, and now they're like, oh no, you can't do that. You have to actually get them killed the normal way. Like, God, it's so dumb.
Yeah, I was surprised because they never done it before, and there was no like gimmick icon for it or anything like that. And yeah, I'm worried they're gonna do that moving forward. They're gonna like always stop you from doing that, which is so lame. Like that's so lame. Yeah, I was gonna solo it with a few people, and like Ku, I think could definitely do it. Like that final fight's a big one though. Like in a solo, it's a lot of health bars. And she's got some nasty gimmicks at the end and stuff, but Ku's so good for it. Like, her defense removal doesn't work on his guts. You've got huge damage on Berserkers, because LOL Ku, all that, so I think he could do it. But yeah, I didn't even get to try, so sucks. Alright, we'll bring Shin here. I kind of want to bring Penth, just because I've already done, but I literally have already recorded these fights with 1 to 3 star setups. Like I've already done it. I don't need to prove anything here. So I kind of want to just throw in a few units. So I don't want to bring shit that's gonna trivialize it and make it a joke, but we can mix it up a bit here. What to give George? I mean, this seems fine. Music looping again. YouTube, you're killing me here. Mega Man music, here we go. Actually, I need to add more Mega Man music. I have barely any on the playlist. I mean, it's okay. It won't really matter, but... Do I have her passive? I feel like I can get it, but I'm not sure I bought it. Okay, I did, but I didn't level it all the way. So she'll be at 60, then 70, 80. So here's the thing. If you get her passive to max, and she has a normal starting in PCE, that means she starts at 70, and then she'll go to 90 off of her skill. And that means if you get, like, you know, her art card, or even her quick card, if someone else has an art card, you just boom, have her NP. And then you can have it with no card if you use, like, one of these, like a 60% one. Yeah, it's a little slow. I kind of wanted to show up and be able to NP right away because she could just die, but I could Shin Gong taunt that turn if I need to. Besides, this is the first fight. It's not as hard as the later one. What to use? What to use? Sure. Alright. I'm not crazy confident in this setup, but I don't even remember how the first fight goes. I mean, technically it's better to counterclass than use a Berserker all of the time. Always. If you're fighting a Lancer, it's always, like, numerically, it's better to use a Saber than a Berserker, but that's not the reason you bring a Berserker. Like, it's nothing to do with Berserker versus Berserker, it's just all of the time, a proper counterclass is better than a Berserker, but the thing is, a lot of Berserkers just are good, so it doesn't matter, right? It's not like they're losing damage on another Berserker, there's just nothing special about them. But, like, it's like, wow, guys, using Ku Alter on a Berserker, why would you do that? He doesn't do as much damage as a Lancer would. Like, it's because Ku Alter kind of has a good toolkit. The only thing that's, like, noteworthy about, like, Berserker on Berserker violence is the fact that every class is proper counterclassing them. Where if you're fighting an Archer, the only thing that's proper counterclassing it is Lancer. So your competition on whatever your Berserker is less. So maybe you don't have a Lancer that's going to keep up with, like, how good your toolkit of your Berserker is, right? Also, sometimes Berserkers just straight up make up for, because this is how it works, right? You're getting, if you're fighting, like, okay, Archer, you're fighting Archer, right? We're going to use it as the example, like, just so it's simpler for, like, the whole time. But so when you're fighting an Archer, a Lancer gets the bonus of 2.0, right? a berserker, no matter what the fuck they're doing, they're getting 1.5, unless you're fighting a foreigner, but like fuck that. But they get 1.5, which is just less, right? That's just objectively less. And they might have a good toolkit, but the Lancer could have a good toolkit, right? There's god tier Lancers and Sabers and everything else, right? But generally, now there's exceptions, but generally the other classes are not going to have a passive like Madness Enhancement that's that good. And also because the thing is, Berserkers are almost always see red, press red. You have units with writing, but a lot of times it's going to be a lower amount, and a lot of units with writing don't have like triple quick decks. And even if you have a triple quick deck, you're not going to bruiser a boss down with quick cards unless you're critting all the time with like Scatty or something, right? Where throwing out a Buster card is really easy, and the Madness Enhancement just will always work, and a lot of Berserkers have so much Madness Enhancement, it basically makes up for the 1.5 versus 2.0. Now again, that's just, you can say that, well, you know, you could say the same thing for some random passive on the other units that are Lancers, and that's true, but it's just, a lot of the times Lancers aren't going to have that, right? They're just not, right? So Berserkers can make up for that kind of thing, but all the drawbacks from a Berserker are still present, right? With them dying really fast, or like that's not going to be there for the Lancer, blah, 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 blah. So if you have a Lancer that is equal, right, it's just as good toolkit-wise, for the fight at hand as a Berserker, the Lancer is way better. Of course, and that's true for every class all the time. And same for when you're fighting a Berserker, right, with a Berserker, right? If your other classes are equal in their usefulness, then they're generally just better. But you know, that they generally make Berserkers in a way where it's not so clear cut, right? Because for example, who we're looking at right now, right, she removes defensive buffs before damage. That's really good. It's pretty likely you're not going to have an NP like that on your Lancer or whatever, right? So even if you're numerically doing less damage, there's all kinds of reasons you might use a Berserker anyway. Like, I don't know, Hercules. And like Penth, you get debuff immunity for 3 turns, she buffs herself, she buffs her teammates, gets her NP super fast, does a bunch of damage, or easily overcharges a teammate. This is all very useful stuff. Who am I going to replace her with on this account, other than like, you know, like a high rarity thing I don't want to use or something, right? So I haven't seen the story segments of this, but because I've seen the gameplay segments, I presume what happens here is Siegfried fulfills his duty, what he's like summoned for, and like doing the greater good and all that. But once she's basically done and not like going to be able to, you know, do anything anymore, and like he sides with her because he doesn't want her to like die alone, yada yada, you know, still loves her, etc, etc. Because I know, again, I haven't seen any of the story segments, but I know, you know, you have to fight her with Siegfried, and then when she's like really weak and doesn't have a break bar anymore and all that, Siegfried's on her side, and then you kill them both. So I'm pretty sure it's like, you know, it's like, well, I've already done my job, so, you know, now I can die with her, and so she's, you know, not dying alone, yada yada. So I'm pretty sure that's what happens. Just from the gameplay, I kind of figured that's what the deal was, but we'll find out. Okay, let's see here. So we gotta do 900,000 damage. You know what's funny? I knew this stage exists, and but I don't remember what I did on my main account at all. I didn't record it because I didn't really care until the next fight. No, I think I did record it, and then I deleted it. Or something. No, maybe I have it. I'll check. Maybe I have it. My hard drive is full of footage right now. But I don't think I have a video for this fight. Unless I'm mistaken. I'm almost positive, though, I have footage for the next fight. And then I don't think I have footage for the fight after that. I don't think. Actually, maybe I do. Okay, I don't know, but I don't think I have footage of this fight. So if I don't have it, I'm never going to remember what the fuck I did for this fight. But, okay, this is not exactly the opening hand I wanted to see. We'll go... there's really just no NP gain here. I mean, never mind domestic violence. What's happening to George right now? Like, shit? I guess I don't NP here because I can overcharge Siegfried, which means more damage. Honestly, there's not much to be spoiled in 6.5. I wouldn't really worry about that. It's pretty story light. Like, I mean, just nothing happens. I mean, seriously, I hate to say that because I like the cast and setting, but it's like, there's nothing... I can't think of anything that could be spoiled in 6.5 that would, like, run anything. Like, it's such a filler story. Like, it is such a filler story. And, like, the few things that happen are so predictable, like, I mean, who cares? I cannot believe I don't have my NP right now. But the opening hands there were pretty crap for getting our NP. Okay, that really sucks though that it took that long to get the ball rolling here. I thought Siegfried got some kind of damage up here, but maybe I mean, I must be conflating this with one of the other fights or something. Well, on the one hand, we have to do art card first, so art card bonus to his art card would be good refund. I could do his first skill, but 90% Buster when you have triple Buster up. I mean, how am I gonna pass that one up? There's just no first card Buster bonus. It's a 50% damage drop, which is huge. It's not gonna crit. I mean, that happened yesterday. Oh, we didn't crit with 90%, so... Yeah, only 68. I mean, that would have been so much better if, my god, she does no damage to Siegfried. So I'm pretty sure, she has, this is not like, this ain't tinfoil hat. They've absolutely done this with several bosses where they're not guaranteed to attack X or Y, but their AI is more likely to attack X or Y. Like Morgan is more likely to attack things that are round table related. That's like a trait now. She's not guaranteed, but she is way more likely to do it. And I suspect that Siegfried's like that, where she is just more likely to attack Siegfried. It's not guaranteed, it's not 100%, and a normal taunt will override it every time, but yeah, I do think that's the case. Because like, she just attacked him 3 times, and I've seen her do that a bunch. And I actually think they want you to do that, and they want you to get your NP that way, and like, just NP her over and over. Well, that was nice. Unfortunately, we can't NP, which sucks because she's still a dragon. And I could have put Shakespeare. I could have put Shakespeare as the replacement for George, but I didn't. Chad, I think she might be crazy. See, she's still a dragon. I could get Pence buffs and then NP again, you know, do a bunch of damage, but unfortunately that's not happening. This is like the most awkward turn ever, but I need Siegfried to get NP gain, and then Pence needs a little bit, so. No wonder I don't remember this fight though. She kinda can't kill Siegfried. Like, that's kind of the thing here. I could wait for Penth, but we'll just take the Brave Chain. I think I don't remember what I did for this fight at all. I have absolutely no idea. I can't remember a single unit that I brought. But I'm pretty sure it's just because you kind of just win. That is basically her character. Like she wants to hate Siegfried but doesn't. You know, chat. Sometimes, chat, we have to have a conversation, chat. This is gonna be very difficult. Chat, sometimes in war, sacrifices have to be made. It's always a tough decision, but sometimes it's the right one, chat. And you know, this is one of those times, chat. It's necessary, chat. We couldn't. There's no way we would be able to win, right, if we did not make certain sacrifices. And so for the greater good, you know, we're gonna have to, you know, thank Pint for her contributions to the team. Look how nice Pint is, chat. She's buffing Qin Gong with her skills, and then she's giving Qin Gong overcharge because she's in being first, which makes Qin Gong's NP do more damage. You see, what a team player! Oh no! Oh no! What happened to Pint's, chat? I can't believe Siegfried's wife would do such a thing to Pint's, chat. You know, after everything Pint's been through, you would think that she would know better, but man, I guess we're gonna have to kill her then. We're gonna have to get revenge, chat. Okay, so I'm gonna just presume that Siegfried's about to have a bad time. Hey, look, I can do this, and I still can't MP. The numbers have not been on our side here. I guess I heal first and see if we somehow live here. I guess on the off, now there's no point, and I could bust her up now. I could actually triple bust her up right now, but I think we try to live here. Funnily enough, if I lose this, it's because I killed Pint. Because, you know, Pint still does okay damage and could probably clean up. Oh, she's an idiot. Although the bad news for me is I lose my buster up. We might still lose though, we'll see. We have to kill her before she NPs again. Oh god, we have another. No, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. No. We weren't gonna lose earlier. I forgot. No, she's dead. She is so dead. She has guts and she can't get rid of guts, etc., etc. Game's over. Although I don't think this coup actually has his anti-berserker skill. I don't think I have. I haven't summoned much on this account since the coin system got added. I've summoned one time since the coin system got added, and we got 0 copies of coup. We got 2 proto coups though. Boy, that's not the one I would have taunted. Oh, she has sure hit though. Okay, that's actually smart. I need Siegfried NP gain. Let's see how to get Siegfried NP. I mean, I guess I don't have to get. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just do the bruiser route. He only has 100k left, so. Well, actually, she has more than 100k because she has that damage resist shtick. We win though. There's no way we lose. If Siegfried dies, Ku will kill it, and if Ku dies, I can taunt Qin Gong and Siegfried will live and then kill. So like, there's just no way that we're gonna lose. Like, no matter how bad the RNG is, we're gonna win. Although this NP drain spam, although it's not gonna cause us to lose or anything, but it's kind of annoying. I probably should have taunted Shin-Gong to just kill him so I had access to my deck faster so we did more damage. Shin-Gong's just slowing us down here. Okay, well, we get to have a dramatic finish. So I don't think I have any footage of this fight. I would imagine I would have deleted it if I had it. But even if I do have footage of this fight, I don't think I'm posting it. The next fight's better though. This one is just kind of selling. But I'm pretty damn sure I have footage of the fight after this one. Yeah, what I would have done for that fight is I would not have forced you to bring Siegfried. That way you can just have fun and like, oh, do a million damage. You know, but the boss has damage resist, so you actually need to do a bit more than that. You know, and there's a whole bunch of ways to do that. Just let people have fun with that. And then the next fight, do the Siegfried thing. That's like way better. Thankfully, I don't think there's any more trash mob fights. I think there's it. Everything else now is like actual stages, which is kind of annoying that it took that long to get to this point. But okay, you know, actually, this team might work for this fight too. Like Pint's not great though. It's kind of fun, but we don't need what she does very much. What would be good then? I mean, Leonidas, but that's getting very similar to what I did in the video, I'm pretty sure. But we do have a level 100 Leonidas, though. I mean, that's pretty, it's pretty good. This account actually didn't level Sanson because Sanson's terrible, and I already leveled him to 100 on my main, so there wasn't much reason to level him again. Because, you know, I'll level David twice because he's budget and he's useful, and I like him. For Sanson, I like him, and that's it. So if I got the one at 100, there's no real reason to level another one because I'm not gonna use Sanson for like budget reasons because he's crap. I'm really tempted to do this, but it's probably okay. Now let's do like that. That's spicy. The thing is, it might actually be better to do that just so you can get your next NP really quickly. But the battery could be enough. I probably will take Sanson to like 105 or something. I don't know if I'll take him all the way to 120 though. That's just too much work. But let's not do coup. Let's what's unique on this account? I mean, technically Masashi, and that's really good here, but that's the problem. All the unique stuff is going to be golds that I normally don't want to use. There's that. It's significantly less good, but that's okay. I can get behind that. Baldy. Oh, please. Let's see. Vlad. Vlad's not super good here, though, to be honest. He's cool, though, and she's probably evil. Let me see. What is she evil? Let's find out. She might be like chaotic insane or something like that, or chaotic neutral, or yeah, she's chaotic neutral. That's so stupid. I don't buy that at all. That's so dumb. Because Tsundere, oh my god. No, she's definitely not chaotic good. Or that would be really dumb, but yeah, she's chaotic neutral. So Vlad don't get his bonus, so there's not much point. That sucks. I do need to use Vlad. I need to get him in some videos. I like extra Vlad. He's pretty cool. Alright, I kind of want to get his NP quickly. You know what? We'll do the old K scope. How come V didn't do anything in all? Because Kadok got ganked by Kodamine and everyone else. How has V never done anything like this whole time? Alright, we'll check out the music here. My other monitor still had Sei's picture he sent me earlier up, by the way. That was kind of weird. Okay, let's see. Maybe I don't do the second skill in Shingon to help with the second NP, but I know I didn't bring Shakespeare in that slot, so it's not worth it. Hell, I don't know if I should have brought Shakespeare at all now that I think about it. Man, can I get a break with these opening hands, dude? Like, this is basically a pass, right? You're basically passing the turn. Ugh. I guess stars. Oh my god, I don't think we're gonna get our NPs still. You know what? I shouldn't taunt on turn 1. And I think I've had that, I think I did that when I did this on my main account. I didn't taunt right away. Because Siegfried can take the damage no problem, and if he gets attacked, you get NP gain. Thankfully we crit there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no reason to taunt turn 1 like that. Oh my god. I actually knew this hand was coming. I was card counting and I knew this hand was coming. But what I should have done was NP'd with George last turn. Because then I could do art. The thing is, I had to do George's NP, so I can only use the one card. So I literally waste an entire art card, which, like, I mean, it's like all what I paid for, like having that slow NP gain at the start. I'm not getting the reverse side of that, which is getting the NP gain for the second NP, right? So that's a mistake. I should have NP'd last turn. And I knew this hand was coming. I just I wasn't like thinking, so I wasn't thinking about. Oh yeah, but I can't use both cards next turn, so I need to get rid of George's NP. Whoops. I could use the Star Bomb and try to get a crit with it, but I think we saved that for Constantine or something. Damn though, that does suck. So if you can do art, and then you get extra, so it's a lot more NP gain. Siegfried does NP gain up on his NP, and then we have NP gain up from our first skill. That's a huge refund. It's awesome, but yeah, we're missing a lot of it. We're missing a whole art card, and we're missing the extra attack. So. Yeah, I like those raids. They were pretty fun, I would say. Oh yeah, that's a thing. Forgot about that. Well, don't think George living through that one, chat. Whereas Asclepius would be nice. Actually didn't do that much damage though. Oh fuck, I didn't realize it was their NP turn. Dude, I'm not paying any attention, dude. This is why when I'm playing real like boss fights, I don't want to stream it. Like I'm over here thinking about raid battles in the event. I didn't realize the boss was NPing. I didn't do George's NP at the right time. Well, the good news is I can NP again with the dragon bonus. So that's kind of nice. I don't think it's worth letting Shingon die like that, because he could have easily lived and gotten his skills back. So in the long run, that would have been better. Not sure I should have done that right there. I don't know why I just cast that. I mean, it's not going to do me any good later, but there's no reason to cast that there. I mean, both the Beach fight and raid are fun. I think the raid might be more fun than the actual fight. Main thing is just bring a team, like a good team that has offense and defense. You don't need to worry about going quick. During the event, you needed to go quick because the loot was only available for a while. Oh right, she does that. Boy, I'm not remembering what the hell I'm doing right now. Thankfully, oh shit, that's not the one I wanted you to hit though. And I had guts too, I just didn't use it. Well, whoops. Might lose now, we'll see. There have been a variety of mistakes made. Now, I can have Constantine die here, because he can taunt. I mean, I guess I could do guts on him and he might live. But the thing is, I need him to crit. She doesn't NP every turn forever, but I think it's like the next 3 turns or something. I don't remember how long it lasts, but eventually she stops NPing all the time. Also, you could do NP drain and stop it that way. Huh, let's see what we get here. Should've done that last turn for the stars. I think we're gonna lose. I think this team is fine. I'm just an idiot and we made a lot of mistakes. Probably won't work, but we'll see. Damn though, like if I had set him up better, we could have just killed her. Oh shit, that's some damage, dude. But I feel like I have to say that Guts isn't a defensive buff every single time that I stream. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've had to say that like every fucking stream. But yeah, we're dead. It's mainly just because our back row doesn't do anything. Like we don't have anything that's applicable to the fight. Yeah, buffed Shakespeare. That's funny. Actually, you know what? If that had actually been Deermid in the back, he could have gotten those buffs and then done his Star Absorb Star Bomb, and he actually could have killed, I suspect. So Deermid needs to be something that can just do damage, like Shiki, Kentoki, you know, even Achilles would be fine. Like anyone that just does damage, because you don't have a lot of time. You just need to kill the boss. What's my Shiki? 10, 4, 5. Probably do Kentoki then, because he has better skill ranks. Yeah, obviously Q's fine, but I don't know about Shakespeare. He doesn't really do much. I mean, he does a little bit. You could do Asclepius, and you can actually NP seal the boss, which that's actually good. Guts is okay. No, Taunt is good. Like, Taunt is always really good in fights like these. Like, Leonidas is really good in that slot, because he'll buff the teammates a lot, and he'll buy time. But I use, spoilers, I use Leo in the video, so I'm trying not to do that again. Trying to do something different. And this is cool. This unit might seem to be something to enable crits, then, really. Like Mozart, Han, someone with Star Bomb, like a VC Braun with Star Bomb, shit like that. Whoops. Like this is okay. It's not that great. Like Leo's the way to go because not only does Leo have taunt, guarantee that if Constantine dies, he'll actually buff a DPS. And he has Star Bomb himself and everything. Like it's really good. Like it's really good. You can always do this, even though the boss isn't divine. That's not too bad. And she makes stars. Yeah, and she's new. All right, let's try that. That sounds like fun. That's nothing even close to what I did on my other account. So, Anniversary Blonde's all right. Yeah, we'll stick with that. But yeah, I tell you, man, every time there's a boss fight that has a defensive buff removal, which is a lot of bosses, by the way, like Ash in Lostbelt 4, anytime I post a video, people are always like, why is Guts not being removed? And then in my stream, it happens all the time. And like, I kind of get it, because on the one hand, if you think about it for like 5 seconds, it's like, it's a defense buff. Which it's not, like, it doesn't mitigate any damage whatsoever. You know, I get that. Why I'm confused is because the game has been out for a long time, right? And most people should have already fought a bunch of bosses by now that have defense buff removals. And you would think they would have learned that Guts doesn't count by now, but I guess not. I guess there's always new people coming in too, so I guess I'm just being an idiot, but... Boy throwing nickels at me. Speaking trap. What do you call it? Blasphemy. It is true, the game doesn't explain shit to people, that is fair. It actually lies to people. A lot of things in the UI are just wrong. Like, it acts like the first card bonus applies to the NP, and then NPs are affected by 3-of-a-kind bonus. Like, the UI says that happens, but it doesn't. So, okay, so now this is the opposite of last time, where we have all of our NP gain now, but then we won't have any for the next NP. I don't know which way's better, to be honest. Probably depends on, like, when the deck shuffles. Well, I'm gonna try not casting the, second skill. Do I art chain? The problem if I art chain is what if I barely don't get my NP? Okay, you know what? We'll do this. Absolutely make sure we get our NP. Yeah, we probably would have gotten it anyway. Also, I shouldn't haunt on turn 1. That's the thing. Look at her critting all the time. I guess I'll do the Buster on this one. Yeah, I remember Poi winning some polls or gambas. We'll have to do Chad versus FGO again at some point. It takes a lot of energy for me to do it, and there's not a lot of repeatable content, so that makes it harder. Well, he died 1 turn sooner than normal because he got double crit, and that's really bad because he doesn't soak the taunt. Or soak the NP. I think we lose because of that. That's terrible. I mean, we're not dead yet. I can have Chen Gong take it, but that's really shitty. Yeah, that was really bad. It's because she double crit. She has no crit buff, and Berserkers only have a 10% crit chance. And she double crit, so that was like miracle RNG on the boss's side. It's kind of annoying. Could go ahead and have Constantine go burr. Man, that sucks. I think we're dead because of that. That's like we just like it's hard to quantify like just how much like goes wrong when George dies that fast because the units are showing up too soon, and then the NP hits someone different. Because basically she was going to NP someone that was going to die anyway, where now she can just NP a full health unit, which is really bad. And it's because she double crit with a 10% crit chance. Like, meanwhile, Hans can't land his attack buff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're dead here. Let's see. I mean, Constantine can do really big damage if he gets Buster cards next turn. We'll see. Yeah, we might still be able to burst this down. Like, we basically lost a unit for free, but if I can line up my value better this time, I can make up for that. I won't take any damage this turn. Constantine's not amazing in this fight though because she has defense removal and it's all about defense buffs, so it just makes her normal attack bad. Okay, we're probably gonna break here. I wonder if NP sealing now will work. Let's find out. I don't remember if she like clears debuffs or something. I'm not sure we even need Siegfried's NP here. Fence stamp. You know what? I could taunt in case she does clear the debuffs. That way, yeah, okay. It's a waste of stars, but like, oh man, Siegfried gets to crit too. I may have overestimated. Okay, nope, big mistake. Now I wasted my NP seal. The whole point of that was so she wouldn't NP right away, and I wasted my taunt too. I really thought we were gonna do more damage than that, but I guess she has that damage resist, so. Oops! Well, we can break now, but now we don't have NP seal and we don't have taunt, etc., so, uh-oh. Well, I guess we do, like, that. The defense buffs get removed, obviously, but the other units will still have it. This honestly would have been fine if I just didn't taunt. Like, I mean, it was really bad to waste the NP seal, but if I just had to taunt, it'd be fine. But I used both, and neither of them mattered, so. This is not going to really do anything because someone's going to die and the heal is irrelevant, and the boss doesn't have divinity, so if she NPs Martha, it's insanely good for me. It looks like she clears debuffs, so the NP seal wouldn't have worked, but the taunt would have. If she NPs Constantine, it's okay, not ideal, but okay, never mind, it's all good, Chad. We literally fucked up and we got rewarded for it because she's dumb. Although I wasted my guts, but who cares? Imagine playing bad and getting rewarded for it. Let's see. So I can Brave Chain, Buster nonsense, or I can double NP. It would be so shit. Imagine if I could just taunt right now. But it'd be so shit if he dies. This is where I should have guts Kentucky, but I guess we'll do that. But my god, if she NPs Kentucky, that That's probably
ジャーフ
GG.
は失墜し世界は今落葉に至る撃ち落とすバルブ
本当に鬱陶しい
This is the hardest fight in the entire Singularity, and it's really not that hard, ultimately. Like, you know, it's a real fight, but... Actually, we probably win. I think it's actually good if 2 people die, because any of these 3 units can do 40k. Okay, unfortunately, because she NP'd Constantine, there's no way she's killing 2 units. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, though, because Kentoki lives in... It's just like if she had NP'd Kentoki and then killed Constantine, it would have been just Siegfried, or if she NP'd Siegfried and then killed Constantine, because it's so little health. You know, the other unit could do it, but that works too. I don't think there was actually a way for us to lose there now that I look at it. Like, all 3 of... It's impossible for her to kill all 3 of them, even if she busts her crit, and all of the units that were left could kill her. And if you can't have your deck, because 2 of them are left, you know, you probably have Kentoki, and then you have the NP. And even if it was Constantine and Siegfried, I think most deck combinations would do 38k.
クー青毛クースマッシュ
Well, she tried to get divorced, but she somehow got ran over by a motorcycle. I don't know how that happened. Fate's a strange place. But that's the hardest boss in the entire Singularity. And, you know, yeah, it's a fight, but it's not really that hard. Like medium, you know. And like Moriarty is close in difficulty, I would say. It's not like he's not way easier, but I do think he's easier. And then this fight right here is just like a lore thing. I don't know what the story is, but I'm pretty sure I guessed it correctly earlier. Like Siegfried just doesn't want her to die alone, and Siegfried's already accomplished what he needs to accomplish, so it's okay if he dies too. I don't think this fight here has any gimmicks at all. It's kind of like when you fight Horse Bendo in Lostbelt 3. It's kind of just rip. Yeah, Kadok does more than we do, I'm pretty sure. Because, like, self-insert has no character, so... what to do here? You know, Zigguard solo would be really funny here, by the way. I kind of want to try that. That's just silly. And I have Zigguard, but he's not slotted right now. I'm not sure how many people actually... Oh, there we go. I love Zigguard. Well, how about that? Arjuna, are you still here? Because if you are, can we get a better CE? And like maybe some command codes? Oh, Brunhilder's great too. Brunhilder's hilarious. If you do it, yeah, that's like you have to do Berserker because good luck with Lancer one is Saber, but still that'd be pretty funny. And you could do Zigguard and Brunhilder actually. That's a pretty good way to do it. This account actually has Brunhilder, I think. I'm not sure if I got her skills up and all that. I think I did. I don't know if a duo would work super well here. Yeah, Arjuna, if you could give your Zigguard and I Love Zigguard account, like some command codes and like a more normal like craft essence. Let's see, where... I think, do I not have her? I think I had, oh no, there she is. I thought I had, okay, good, she's 10-10-10, all right. We can just bring George real quick. You gotta make it a solo somehow, and, or a duo. I don't know if this will work, because duoing can really like mess up your consistency for like, you know, either unit doing anything worth a damn, but this is hilarious, so we gotta do it. Okay. This isn't, the crits are good. All right, let me BRB real quick while Arjuna sets this up. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. Chat, I remember when I did this fight on my main account, it was so easy that I just deleted the footage. And now I'm like, I could have had like fun with it and done like Sigurd and Brunhilde and made that a video. But I didn't think of it at the time. Cause, you know, I brought like a normal 1 to 3 star setup, right? And just murdered it, and I was like, well, that wasn't anything, so. Oh god, I bet you this stage got one-turned by so many people. Like double Castoria bullshit and double Scatty nonsense and Beach Oberyn Vortigern nonsense. Okay. So Sigurd's the one, or Siegfried, excuse me, is the one that's going to be tanky. Because no archer. And then our Berserker's AoE, so he's the one we need to hit in the face here. Although he's also the dragon, so actually maybe I should be hitting the other one. Oh my god, you're right. They don't have their NPs. Yikes. I kind of want to, even though Siegfried's the dragon, she's the only way they're going to do any damage to us at all, so I kind of feel like I should kill her. But my anti-dragon, though. Oh yeah, he can give that skill to another unit. Always forget that for some reason.
展開準
行き
備。
ますシグルド。
おう。
Dragon spotted, yeah, unfortunately.
魔剣完了。
Killing our brother in arms right here.
見せてもらおう。これなるは破滅の黎明。ベルベルキッグラム。
Oh my.
無念はない。
Well, I'm sorry, Siegfried. That was class neutral, by the way.
愛して
Hey, look, Chad. Zigguard NP twice in one turn.
ここまで眠い。
That's better than double Scatty and Castoria. Like, they have to just wait for the turn to end to do it again. He just NP twice at once.
あなた
OP. I should have made that a video.
感謝。
I definitely, that was great.
できたこと嬉しく。
Also, he got obliterated. He got absolutely destroyed. So I like Siegfried more than Sigurd, although I do like Sigurd, but Brunhilde is definitely cooler than however the fuck you say her name. I'm glad she got added though. It wouldn't really be right if she wasn't added, so. Why is she dying? What did she even do? Literally, what did you do this entire story? I'm not being facetious. What the fuck did she do this entire story? What the hell, game? Buster card moment. A job he was done. Here's the thing about Sita. Like, Brunhilde doesn't have a curse on her. Wait, no, she does. Wait a minute. Why isn't Sita in the game then? You know, wait a minute. This doesn't make any sense, because yeah, Brunhilde does have a curse on her, excuse me. Yeah, okay, you know, they just hate her. That's all it is, they just hate. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. She absolutely has the curse on her. It is pretty much the same thing as Sita and Sigurd, so, but that didn't stop that, so what the fuck is going on here? Dude, that actually makes it so much worse. Because you could say, oh, it's a story integrity thing, but clearly not, so... Oh, it just kills Sigurd. Chat, it just kills him. No problem. It's super easy to have like the couple together when all the curse does is kill one of them. It's no problem. Minor technicality. He has guts, and he does. I want to point out they had Moriarty do so little throughout this story that
it's kind of boring having him as the final bad guy, because it's really obvious from the beginning he's gonna be the final bad guy, and then he doesn't do anything, so it's like, who gives a shit? And like, this bit is the only bit of the story that has anything to do with anything, though, but it happens in the last 5 minutes, essentially. Yeah, we lost our boy Don. I think it's because his, you know, reason for being summoned was completed. But like, this is gonna be the bit, is the only bit that has anything to do with the overarching story of 6 point, or of the Lostbelts, like the Moriarty alien god stuff. Well, I mean, it's a lot better when they don't like get killed and they just like, you know, they've done their job. So she's the only one of them that got to live. Yeah, it's Pope Joan. Yeah, she is a servant, but clearly not summonable anytime soon, because she didn't have a sprite. Vlad, I think, just went back to Chaldea, I think, because I think he's the Chaldea version of the character. That's why he didn't have the same sparkles. What? Also, whatever happened to the Silver Caster guy? Because he, like, sand faked, and then we never saw him again. Did he actually die there, or did she kill him off screen or something? And then where did she just go? Did they fight off screen? Is that what? And if they did, why didn't they show it? They could have had a little scene, and they actually have a fight scene and use powers, and then someone wins, and you know, cool shit. But yeah, I don't know what happened to the old guy, and I don't know where the hell she was that whole time. Sanded to death? That's kind of weird, because earlier he lived. I mean, according to chat, Arjuna, I won't see, because I'm blind, but, you know. Yeah, we had like hours of fighting mobs, dude. Oh my god. And what sucked was I couldn't do that off stream because there were, you know, story bits in between. Like the coolest antagonist here dying for no reason in half a second. Yeah, that was great. I'm guessing why we just saw Muramasa was because he's explaining, like, he's one of the alien god servants and yada yada. I never thought Kadok would die in 6.5 because it's a filler story, but I think he's gonna die in Lostbelt 7. But, we'll see. Maybe he'll be the one crypter that lives. I mean, he's got better odds of living than all the other crypters, chat. I feel like that's a safe thing to say, that Kadok has, at this point, the highest odds of survival of all of the crypters. It's either him or Daybit, right? That's pretty much it. I'd be really surprised too if Daybit lives, even though we've barely seen his character. So chat, we were talking about this on Discord.
And I got to talk about this for a second before we finish the story here. So, the prologue of Lostbelt is important because, you know, it sets up the whole thing. It literally sets up the whole thing, right? Like, Charlie gets wrecked and the Lostbelts happen, and you get like a little rivalry with Kadok and Anastasia, right? She freezes everything, yada yada. But the prologue's important, literally sets the stage for everything. Introduces the alien god and the Kodamine and all that, Veach's dumbass, etc. So that's important. Prologue's important. And then Lostbelt 1 is really important because it plays directly off of that, right? Because you know, Anastasia and Kadok were like the big like antagonist in the prologue, and then you go like right after them, right? Like boom boom, right? So it's like just a continuation of the prologue, and it shows you what Lostbelts are, you know, having to destroy them and all that stuff, right? It's really important, right? Like it's the overarching story of Lostbelts. The prologue and Lostbelt 1 are very important. And then Lostbelt 2 is a little important because it, you know, it's kind of more of the same of just, oh, we got to kill another Lostbelt. But it sets up like Canis and Wadim, and you see like Wadim talking to Scatty, and you kind of see how the different Lostbelts are at odds with each other and stuff like that, and kind of the roles of the Lostbelt kings a bit more clearly, because Ivan was, you know, sleeping the whole time. So it's a little important, but it's more of a, you know, setting things up. Like it's not really that important to the overall arcing story. Lostbelt 3 is not important at all. Literally, just after 1 and 2, it's completely repetitive. Nothing happens. It's the only slightly important thing is just like the update with Kadok, right? That's it. It's not important. Lostbelt 4 is a little important because it sets up Pepe and like his relationship with the other cryptors and like Wadim stuff. And then obviously Pepe is kind of important later, but it's not really that important either. Like honestly, Lostbelt, it's cool. I like Lostbelt 4, but it's ultimately just another Lostbelt king, another Lostbelt. It just doesn't really matter. It doesn't really tie into the other stories in a very significant way. It's more like Pepe's cool and that's great, but and then Lostbelt 5-1 doesn't matter at all. It's not even like it's not even a Lostbelt. It's just a part of the Lostbelt that prevents you from going to the part of the Lostbelt you're actually supposed to go to. So 5-1 doesn't matter in the slightest. You know, it's slight characterization for Wadim, who is really important. He's been like the overarching, you know, cryptor main bad guy this whole time, and they've hinted at how he's not loyal to the alien god throughout the story. So he's, you know, it's a thing, but he's not in 5-1 that much. It's more of like just filler, really. And then 5-2 matters a lot because like Lostbelt 5 is the strongest Lostbelt. They've kind of been doom and gloom about it this whole time. Wadim's the leader of the cryptors. He's portraying the alien god. Really big developments here, right? Zeus, big bad, right? So 5-2 is really important. You know, cryptors fall apart. Wadim dies. Barrels is shit. The alien god gets summoned, right? Like it's that's the 5 is really big. So basically, what we have so far is prologue's important, Lostbelt 1's important, Lostbelt 2's a little important, but not really. Nothing else is important until fucking Lostbelt 5-2, and then 5.5 is not important at all. Lostbelt 6 is not important at all. It's literally just another Lostbelt gone off the rails. People love it, so they're gonna hate me saying this, but it doesn't matter. Nothing happens in Lostbelt 6 that matters at all. It's just another Lostbelt that gets blown up, even though it kind of turned into a singularity in a Lostbelt in a singularity, but that's a whole different thing. But it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with anything. Nothing important happens. Yeah, Pepe dies, which sucks, but Pepe ultimately didn't do anything that actually mattered to the story. So, like, nothing happens. Veach doesn't do anything, right? And then you have Veach's little side shoot story, which doesn't matter at all. You find out she's a fucking meteor, and she fucking, you know, likes animals, and then she goes to the moon. Okay, wow. Like, it had nothing to do with anything. No impact on the alien god. No impact on what we're gonna do. No impact on where you're going. Nothing. Literally doesn't matter. So, and then now we have 6.5, which, same thing. Barely anything happens here that matters at all, right? Like, it's just total filler nonsense. It's just an obstacle in your way to go where you're actually going. So what we have is prologue important, Lostbelt 1 important, Lostbelt 2 kind of important, not really though, but a little bit. Lostbelt 3 not important at all, Lostbelt 4 not important at all, Lostbelt 5-1 not important at all, Lostbelt 5-2 important, Lostbelt 5.5 not important at all, Whatever the fuck Veach was, not important at all. Lostbelt 6, not important at all. Lostbelt 6.5, not important at all. And then Lostbelt 7 will definitely be important. So if you see the thing here, the overall story of what the Lostbelt story is, right? You have a few key players, a few key questions like Area 51, Bleached Earth, Alien God, Chaldia, what they were doing before 1.0 and all this shit, and the Cryptors, right? That's the story. We have barely done anything. Like, I'm serious. We've basically done a bunch of bullshit side quests that don't mean anything, right? Like, we've got, okay, we killed Wadim dead, so Ku to beat the alien gods all fucked up. So that didn't work out. Almost all the Cryptors are dead, so that's like a plot point that's happened. You find out the alien god didn't bleach the earth, and the alien god was summoned, and they're kind of a shit. And something's going on in Area 51, a reporter died. That's the story. I'm not kidding. That's the fucking story. And it's taken them like 5 years to tell. Like, why has this taken 5 years? Like, why are we just going in endless, pointless filler side quests that don't go anywhere, that could just be event stories for God's sakes, and actually some of them would probably be better as event stories. So it's like, what the fuck? Like, literally, what the fuck? Why has this taken like 5 years? It's insanity. And not only, and Fluffy, so Fluffy was over 9 months ago, chat. Fluffy was over 9 months ago. And Lostbelt 6 was time gated to hell. And it was not, I remember people acting like Lostbelt 6 was so nice because the time gate wait was so short in compared to 5.1 and 5.2. But that's stupid, because 5.1, content-wise, was a full story. It was like gameplay-wise and everything, it was a full content. Obviously it wasn't very good, but like it was a full thing. And then so you had to wait a full duration for a brand new story to be made, and then 5.2 is a whole story. Lostbelt 6 was like, okay, you barely do anything time-gated, you barely do anything time-gated, you barely do anything time-gated. Right, it was just one story that was chopped up into like 9 bits for no fucking, or it was like 4 bits, but you know, it was just chopped up for like no reason to just stall a bunch, right? But anyway, so what I'm getting at is Fluffy was 9 months ago, but the beginning of Lostbelt 6 was more like, you know, 10, 11 months ago. This 6.5 is the first main story since then. Like, Veach was an event, and there was no other main story since Lostbelt 6. So we had almost a year with no main story. And what's the main story? It's 6.5, which is it's a side quest. None of this has anything to do with the overarching story at all. And like for 5 seconds, Moriarty says some shit about the alien god that we already knew, and you could have easily guessed. And nothing about the stuff with Moriarty needed to happen in 6.5 specifically. It could have happened in Lostbelt 6. It could happen in Lostbelt 5. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. And it could have happened in Lostbelt 7, right? It could have been in a prologue for Lostbelt 7. You don't need all of 6.5 for the 5 seconds of information that you get, right? Like so why did we have to wait a year for this? And then, so we waited a year for nothing, and then now we have to wait like 6 months to a year again for Lostbelt 7. So we have to wait almost 2 years for the story to actually progress. And people are telling me that Fate Strange Fake is slow. Like, are you kidding me? Like, we literally have done nothing. Like, we have barely done a damn. Wadim's dead. Earth didn't get bleached by Alien God. Alien got summoned. That's it. Okay. Well, yeah, that needed 7 years well spent. Like, absolutely. But yeah, when you really look at it that way, the story does kind of blow. And that's what I've always said about Nasu. He's fucking horrible at writing stories. He's just good at writing characters. He's really good at writing characters, and you know, hats off to him for that. But the goddamn story is a joke, and it's full of so much filler. It's painful. And it's just stall. It's all about just character stuff, right? And character stuff's fine, but when you have this just bullshit story going on for 80 years, I'd rather they just end that story and move on to something else than just have character moments in those things instead, right? I don't need this alien god bullshit going on for 10 years. I do like the background though. It's kind of a good nod to some Sherlock stuff. Also, it's just good scenery. But yeah, I don't think I'm alone in that I think a lot of people have actually quit FGO and have just lost interest between Lostbelt 1 and 6.5 because it's so slow, it's so pointless. They don't have good game modes to keep people interested. You know, they don't have like a challenge tower, roguelike mode, boss rush mode, story replay, new game. They don't have any of that. They don't have any of that. And so I think loads of people will be like, eh, whatever, and they'll never know what the actual conclusion to the story is because they've just dragged it out so long. Like there's not enough content. You know, once Lost Belt 7 is done, and if there's something after it, you know, whatever the full story of Lost Belt is, there's no reason it should have been told over this many years. There's just not enough to it for that to make any sense. Like, even if Lost Belt 7 is insane and has loads of story to it, why is it all backloaded like that? Why did we just have story after story after story after story of nothing happening? Like, they just would make up a side thing for you to have to deal with, and then you just, it's a self-contained story, right? Like, they just did that over and over again. And I'm like, okay, if you want to do that, that's fine. But why even make the overarching story format, right? Like, why not do, like, individual singularities that are self-contained stories and more fleshed out individually, right? Like, you have, like, a Nottingham story with Robin Hood and everything, right? Or the Roses, or, you know, a pirate one, or, you know, the three factions, like with this one, or, you know, that's fine if you want to do that. That's totally fine, but there's no reason to do this overarching story and then just delay it so long. Because I actually think here's the thing, the individual stories are damaged by being connected to an overarching story that's shit, right? Like 5.1 would have been better if 5.1 was just 5.1 and it didn't have to set up 5.2 and it didn't have all, if it was just a Greek story like set in Atlantis and all that stuff, and you just have Jason and all that, and everything about it is just focused on it and its own story, its own character arc, and that's it. It's going to be better than if it's tied into all this other bullshit when it doesn't have like any real strong ties to those other things, right? It's 5.1's connection to the overall story, right, is so weak, right? It's so weak that I think it just drags it down, and at that point, it'd be better off without it. Okay, I don't think we can actually do like anything here. Kinda just gonna die, lol. Pretty sure they set this up. You can't do anything. When they do fights like this, they should have just made it a visual novel segment and flush it out in the visual novel. That'd be better than 100,000 damage. Yeah, the gameplay was really disappointing at 6.5. But the gameplay's been up and down since the beginning, so I'm hoping we're just in a down and we're gonna have an up later. Is this a flashback or something? Well, you've seen better days there, champ. Kind of curious what's going on here because they've really hinted at, so I guess that's Moriarty, like not corrupted by the alien god and whatnot. Because like right now he's like twisted by the alien god, and for some reason that means eye makeup. So I'm assuming this is what people think is his stage 1, and it might be, but honestly it might not be. This kind of, it wouldn't shock me if this is just a story sprite. But, I mean, something has to be a stage 1, so... That's Watson? Why does he look like Moriarty? That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. Also, Watson's supposed to be a doctor and everything, and Watson's older than Sherlock. Yeah, I don't think that's supposed to be Watson. I don't think so. So I'm kind of curious to what's happening here because they've kind of implied that, you know, Sherlock's going to betray you and is kind of like working with an outer god somehow, and something's amiss. So I'm curious if he's like letting himself die or he's just got bested by Moriarty. Like, I'm kind of curious what's going on here.
Killing the MC Watson, I see. Okay, so even though I made a video for this, and it's not super hard of a fight, I don't remember what I brought, and I don't want to copy what I brought, but I don't want to do the same thing on accident. Right, I remember now. Yeah, Berserker shit. So, I'm guessing this, so, from the very beginning, like, way the hell back in London, Sherlock, like, left a letter for Babbage and stuff, and that's when you first learn about Sherlock. And then you see Sherlock again in Camelot, but he wasn't summonable yet. So I think they're going back to like the very beginning, because like he was back in like London and shit with Babbage. So I kind of wonder what's significant about that. I wonder. Yeah, none of this stuff has anything to do with 6.5. There's nothing. Zip, not a thing. And you could attach this stuff to any story. Like this could be part of Lostbelt 6. This could be part of Lostbelt 5, you know, 7, Prologue for 7, whatever. There's no reason. Veach event even. Like, there's nothing to do with 6.5. I mean, Sherlock just wasn't name dropped. He was in the story earlier on. Like, he's in Camelot. Like, you literally meet him in Camelot. He's not playable. Like, this sprite and stuff, they used it in Camelot. This is actually kind of disappointing. The Sherlock stuff was one of the more interesting story elements, and then having it just... I mean, I don't know if it's going to finish here, but I have a feeling it is, and it's just kind of dumb because 6.5 just has nothing to do with anything. So I feel like this would have been better if it was in Lostbelt 7. English indeed. I kind of figured at this point he was just summoned by the alien god, but he wiped his own memories. So what the fuck is the point of that? And then why is another minion of the alien god killing him then? It doesn't make any sense. Also, I don't think for a second they thought of that back in London. I don't buy that for a second. They're just conveniently trying to reconnect it like that. That's like World of Warcraft storytelling right there. Yeah, I don't buy that for a second. Moriarty's a servant from the original world the alien god came from, and the world once the alien god dead. Huh. Well, that explains though some of the Moriarty stuff though they did like in Sherlock's interludes and stuff, because it kind of they kind of like set up that, and I've said this to my chat before, ultimately Moriarty would be on our side, but like the antagonist, and then Holmes would do like be on like the good side, but against us essentially. Is kind of how they set it up. Yeah, it's cool that they did the waterfall thing and all that. Like, yeah, this bit's fine. It's just there's no reason for this to be connected to 6.5. Like, no one here can tell me this has anything to do with 6.5 and the War of the Three Factions and stuff. This is completely detached. I mean, obviously it is. It's completely detached. Right? Nothing about this needed to be in 6.5. Nothing. This could have been in Lostbelt 6, could have been in Lostbelt
you know, 7. It could have been a prologue. It just could have been anything. There's nothing to do with 6.5. Like, so why does 6.5 even exist, right? It's like all this 3 faction shit had nothing to do with anything. It was just a fucking distraction. And like, again, this is lessened. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is worse because it's connected to 6.5, right? It's all this insane filler shit that has nothing to do with anything, and then you have the actual story, right? Like, 6.5 is also worse because of this, right? 6.5 would be better if it was like an event story or its own thing, and it gets to focus on that, and it's the big conclusion gets to be the actual conclusion instead of this other random thing that has nothing to do with it. So then you have proper character arcs and build up to an actual finale and all this stuff, right? Trying to put these together is just stupid, right? You're making both things worse because of it. And they're just doing it because they're trying to stall. Like, they're just trying to make it so they don't end the Lostbelts in 2022. They want to like end it in 2023 or 24. I think that's been their plan the entire time. That's why we just keep having all these weird bullshit filler stories. It's like basically they realized if they just played it out like normal, this story would have been done in like, you know, 2019. And they're like, oh no, we don't, no. We need to drag this out until like 2025 or some shit. But I think it's probably going to end next year. I think the end of this year they'll have Lostbelt 7 Part 1, and then in the middle of next year they'll have Lostbelt 7 Part 2. And then by the end of next year, it'll be the end of 2.0. But that's insane, having to wait that long. I mean, that's insane. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I never liked Sherlock and FGO to begin with, so I don't give a fuck that he's dying. I hate to say that, because I like Sherlock in, like, real stories. But I've never liked Sherlock and FGO. Well, actually, I kind of liked him at first, but I don't like his sound effects. I don't really like the weird, you know, outer god bullshit we're doing, and apparently alien god now. I've never liked his role in the story ever. I literally don't care. Although I have a feeling he may not be dead for good, but we'll see. Oh shit, now that's what I'm talking about. That's the real Moriarty right there. That I can get behind. That's my boy right there. God, if I had Moriarty, I would use him in this boss fight 1,000,000,000%. But you can't summon a friends because there's no support in this one, and I don't have them on my main or my regular ult, so I can't do it. I'm you, but cooler, indeed. Roast his younger self, I would imagine. Yeah, I like Moriarty in the books, or book, but I like him in FGO too. With Sherlock, I really only like him in the books. I don't care too much about him. It's hard to explain. It's like, I just don't like his design, the sound effects, his role in the story. I've never liked it very much. And I wish that wasn't the case, but yeah, I've just never been a fan. Yeah, his design is decently faithful, but they kind of hint at, you know, foreigner shit in his design, which I don't really like, and that's kind of what kills it for me. Like, on the one hand, I do like how it's a bit more, you know, reasonable, but then they just make it weird, right? Because he's fucking got all the weird sound effects and you know, the hinting at the, you know, we thought foreigner stuff, but I guess alien god stuff. I don't know, I've never liked it. This doesn't work. It doesn't ring true, right? It feels like Sherlock at home. That's always how that sums it up. That's how I've always felt about Sherlock. It feels like Sherlock at home. It doesn't feel like actual Sherlock Holmes.
What, does Moriarty want to take over Chaldia so he can kill the alien god? Is that essentially what the shtick is? Yeah, it's true. Him being a side character doesn't help either. That definitely accurate. Our Moriarty plans to blow him up when he sits on the chair. So do we fight for like control over Chaldia or something? Not that Chaldia is much of an organization at this point. So I'm pretty sure Mash can solo this fight. Because then she'll debuff him every turn, which is just ridiculous. So yeah, I'm pretty sure she could solo it. I don't think I'll do it that way though, because that sounds pretty boring, but honestly, I've never liked most of the Chaldia crew. Like, I dislike Da Vinci way more than Holmes. I really don't like Da Vinci. She's so fucking obnoxious. The only, like, Chaldia character I really liked is Gordolf and Romani. And Romani's dead, so, you know, that's not the best. What I'm getting at is Chaldia sucks. Like, oh my god, Chaldia sucks. Like, their main crew is fucking Da Vinci, Holmes, Mash, and your stupid ass. That is just, I don't want, okay, oh great. Oh, speaking of Mash, yeah, of course, because yeah, she's forced in gameplay. Anyway, it's like, I don't care. There's such a lame main cast, in my opinion. The problem is, see, normally in an anime, if I don't like the main cast, I'll just root for the antagonists. The antagonist is the fucking alien god, who is a space clown. Like, oh wow, really want to root for that one. That is not hinting at Romani, that is hinting at Guedia. There's nothing about the Romani look-alike that is Romani. Literally has Guedia's eyes, voice actor, and the way he talks and everything, it's literally just Guedia. Now, Guedia might, like, you know, sacrifice himself or something to bring Romani back or some nonsense. That could happen. There's a variety of things that could go down there, but... It's not even a mysterious stranger, dude. It's just Guedia. Like, I mean, almost everyone just refers to him as Guedia because it's so fucking obvious. But like, you have those few mysteries, right? I don't know if you can call that one a mystery, but you have a few mysteries, right? And yeah, there might be a twist, like it's half Guedia and half Romani, or it's, you know, Guedia's brother Tim, or, you know, whatever, but you know, it's essentially Guedia, and yeah, they'll probably find some weird... Nasu is so obsessed these days with doing weird twists. Like, just look at what's happening right now, right? Like, Jesus. But anyway, it's basically Guedia, and everyone's known that. But regardless, that's like a plot point, and like part of the overarching story. And look at how they've never done anything with it. At all, right? Instead, we have these side stories that don't mean anything. Plot twist where the alien god. So I'm guessing he mad that he don't want to accept what other Moriarty said. Now we're gonna fight like children for basically no reason, and he'll either die or take Holmes's place. That's the only things I can think of where this is going to lead to. I would actually prefer
he takes Holmes's place, because if he dies, then like literally what is the point of any of this? Right? Like, then it's just like, okay, Sherlock got deleted for some reason. I mean, it's pretty easy to make the story sound stupid because it's like, it's so fucking cliche, and I've watched an anime before, so there's a reason I predict most of the shit that happens in these fucking singularities, because they're not really that, you know, it's pretty normie. Yeah, if we could take, you know, regular Moriarty to be main cast now, that I would be completely okay with. Let's see, you have to put them both in the front row. Yeah, you can't back row either of them. You could probably Chin Gong though. If you wanted to solo, you would, I think, I mean, I don't know, you couldn't Chin Gong Siegfried, so maybe you can't Chin Gong Charlemagne. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Mash could solo this. Alright, let's see, what do I want to do? So the way to go, in my opinion, if you don't have an Avenger, is you start with a Berserker, or you start with like Hans, or, you know, some kind of survival servant. And what you could do is basically like just throw every Berserker at it, and you don't even care in what order and shit. You and then maybe the last unit is a unit that can actually last and keep your teammates alive. And you just try to do damage this entire time, and you don't really care when the Berserkers die or how much damage they do. Let's see here. I would have loved to have done a Mori setup. You guys don't understand how frustrating it was. I wanted to do a Mori setup. It'd be a great fight for that. But you can't, because, like, you literally can't, because you have to put both of these units in the front row. Like, and this is not a Mori setup, right? If you do, this is not a Mori setup. Like, well, literally, how the fuck is Mori supposed to crit right now? Like, where's the stars? Where's the, like this is just stupid, right? There's just no way to have any fun with a unit like Mori here. Or most units, like, this, I hate fights like this. 2 out of 3 of the front row you have no control over, and there's no synergy. Like, there's no synergy here. So it's like, you're just gonna have like some awkward team. So you either bring like Hans and you just stall and have Mash go Burr, or you just like bring a self-sufficient unit that doesn't need teammates, and until they die, and then you just rotate into more units like that. Like, whoop, dude, the best you could do is like manipulate, right? Like what you could do, this is not very good, but this is like something you can kind of do. And the thing is, this fight makes what I'm about to describe almost impossible, actually. But so what you could do is let your front row die to the first NP, right? And then you bring in your like Mori setup. You make sure all 3 units die at the same time. That way you basically have a new front row. The problem is this fight makes that almost impossible, because when you break Moriarty's, the only way you're going to kill all your units at the same time, so like these back row comes in together, right? All just boom, they all come in together, right? And Mozart could be like Leonidas, you know, taunt and star bomb, and so there's options. But it doesn't have to be a Mori setup. If you had like a specific combo setup in mind, right? Any kind of thing that requires like 2 units together or 3 units together, you could let, you know, stall until the boss has his NP, let the NP kill everybody. But you don't want to like do nothing with your front row. And if you break his health bar, Moriarty drains his own NP, and so he won't NP for a ridiculously long time. And you're like, well, that's not a big deal, just die later. The thing is, by the time he actually NPs, one of your units will have just died normally, right? Especially the like batons or something, right? And now you only have these 2 units, right? And then so now this unit's just there without actually supporting this. It's just like, what the fuck, right? Like the only way you can really make it work is if you have a 2-unit combo and this unit's filler. But now you have 4 units on your team that don't do anything. Like, it is so obnoxious when they do this. Like, when you have to bring 2 units like this. It's just, you don't get to have fun, right? You can't really, it's super awkward. Especially if you want to be budget, right? Like, if you don't want to be budget, there's normally, like, really strong self-sufficient units you can bring that, you know, it's like, whatever. But, yeah, it's just, there's so little team building that you get to do. And then you just feel like you have very little influence over the team, because 2 out of 3 units are preset. Well, I know Hans works really well here, but that's what I did in the video, so kind of want to do something different. I mean, Jerker is kind of good here. I don't know if you would live long enough for that to actually work, but Jerker is good here. Yeah, sure. I always talk. Oh God, she's not 10-10-10 on this account. That's crazy because she's so easy to 10-10-10. The problem is I have to now back out and click 80 billion buttons to get out of the menu, and I have to go back in, which takes another 80 million clicks. But there's no way I have QP on this account right now. I like don't farm. Oh, I got a chunk, but I'll at least get this skill up. That's weird though. I never 10-10-10'd her. She's so easy to make 10-10-10. I mean, Jerker is completely accurate. It's the same naming scheme that is applied to every other altar. And then, considering her design, it's completely accurate, so... I don't think a unit has ever deserved a nickname more. Other than maybe Murder Hobo. Okay. Oh my god, I don't want to do this fight at all. It's just, it's just such a drag. Like, there's nothing to do, and if you lose, it's gonna be 30 billion turns in, and then you have to do it all over again. And if you lose, it's just because of the stupid MASH Charlemagne thing. It's like, oh my god. Like, I know how to beat it really easy, but I'm trying to do it differently than I did in my main account, but then still be budget-ish. Which doesn't work particularly well, because, although I could always do Mori, because actually I would have done Mori in the video, but my Mori was 100, so I didn't want to. But Mori's actually better than Lubu in this fight. Because they both have Star Absorb, but Mori has more normal card damage, generally, so... Although, honestly, the way Lubu plays in that setup, it would make almost no difference if it was Lubu or Mori. There's almost no difference. I have no idea what to do. I have no inspiration here. Like, I literally just don't even care. It's like, there's no way I'm gonna do anything fun here. I wonder if Antonio's any good. I've never even thought to do that, even though he's an Avenger. Fuck it, that's something more interesting. We'll do that, and then Mozart. There we go. There's some stupid meme bullshit. And it might actually go, like, slightly faster than Mash Hans or some crap. No, that would be, awful. I don't know, I want, like, so much. The thing is, it's just so much better to do that. Like, that's so much better. It's what I did in the video, and it's so boring. It's just, there's no reason to have Mash out at the same time as, like, Jerker. Right? They're just stepping on each other's toes massively, and it makes so much more sense to try to, like, crit with Mash with Hans, or to try to make Jerker crit with Hans. But oh look! You can't do that! Because they don't let you, right? Like, you know, a real team would be like, I could do like Jerker, Pinth, like George or Leonidas, right? And then Nash comes in, but like, nope, you can't do that. I can think of 1,000,001 ways to make this fight fun, and none of it involves fucking Charlemagne and VR Nash on the front row, right? Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, you know, he'd be a really fun unit here. Unfortunately, I didn't level him. I need to do that, because, he's not like a 5-star that's really that strong, but he'd be really fun in a stage like this. Oh my god, it's like, this is so much better, but I don't want to do that at all. But I can't think of another unit to put here that makes any sense. Because, like, the first one to die is going to be Jerker. So then you need the other unit to either be able to save Mash from an NP or, like, give her crit support. There's, like, what else are you gonna do? Like, other than that, you bring in another Berserker that'll just die. And, like, if you put Hans there, the only reason to not put him in the front row is because that's what I did in the video. There's no logical reason to put him there. Now, David's terrible because, Moriarty has sure hit at that point. He doesn't always have it, but when David would show up, Moriarty will always have sure hit, so it's pointless. Ongra. Like Ongra at least is counterclassing, but like even Antonio's like not that great, and then Ongra's way worse. That's a meme though. I wonder if there's anything fun you could do with that. I don't think you could protect her long enough. You could if you didn't have to do this stupid team, right? You could do like George dies, Leo dies, Mash, and then by then her skill's up, right? There you go, but nope, can't do that because LOL Charlemagne's here for some fucking reason. Charlemagne's literally here just to show off his character. Like, there's no reason that he's alive and all the other characters fade away. They literally just want it because Charlemagne's a 5-star and they think is going to be popular. He needs more screen time, so he gets to be here at the end. And then obviously he's not going to be in Lostbelt 7. But I guess that's the whole fucking reason he's still here. And they'll contrive some horse shit like, oh, his role's not done because he was summoned to blah 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 blah. Right? Like, fuck, dude, I played FGO too long. It's like they're dumbass like plot excuses. I just always like see through in like 2 seconds. Like, oh my god. There's not really any reason to do that. Like, I can't really think of any reason to put any unit here other than Hans, and then he should just be in the front. Like, other than like 5 stars, but I'm trying not to just slap 5 stars on the team. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. We're doing that, and she can make Mash crit. I don't even care. We'll go Golden Carp here. Like, probably better to do this still, but we're doing that. You know what? I might give Mash a DPS CE just cause. You know what? We'll give Mash that. Again, that's so bad. Like, you just go Hans. If you're gonna do that, you put Hans on the team. Because you're never critting with Mash in this kind of setup. Like, ever. There's no way. There's no stars. There's no stars. Like, what jerk are gonna make stars? Yeah, that'll be great. God, I hate stages like this. They're so, like, you can't have fun. Like, every combo that's, like, especially for a budget that does anything or is even remotely interesting is always going to revolve around at least more than one unit. I'm kind of worried he's gonna show up on a turn that the boss is just NPing, and then we just lose, and then have to do the stage over again. I should not be handicapping myself so much. Like, I'm making such a garbage team, but I don't want to do what I did in my main, and I don't want to just throw like golds at it. So there's always this, but then you don't do any damage. That's where really Mozart should just be something to give you some survivability, but we'll do that. This is such a bad team. I actually kind of hope this fails because this is such a bad team. I'm bringing horrible units that have almost no synergy. And every unit that makes sense, I'm intentionally not bringing. And so if I win, it's just like, what a joke of a boss. I literally beat this the first time I ever did it with a 1 to 3 star setup. Obviously, this is not a 1 to 3 star setup, but when I did one, I did it literally in one try, and I didn't even know what the gimmicks were. But now I think what's going to happen is I'm going to get like to the last health bar and just die to his MP. I'm almost positive that's going to happen. Because there's like no survivability on this entire team, other than the front row, which will be dead by then. And then when boss has the MP, we have literally none of the units in the back have any way of surviving the MP. And so you're just going to die, right? So you either kill him super fast, or you're just going to instantly die. But I just can't think of a team that is not like very similar to the one in the video, so that's or bringing a bunch of golds. Oh my god, I hate these stages. I wish they would just stop making stages like this, and they're doing it so much now. I don't know, like for some reason they think this is fun, where it's like you don't get to do any team building except for like awkward bullshit that doesn't make any sense, right? Like, wow, it's so fun. I swear they're doing it because they're trying to stop you from doing double Castoria. Like, I'm pretty sure that's why they're doing it, but I'm not doing that anyway, so like, what the fuck? I guess we just art chain here. This is such a bad boss fight though. Like, compare this to Mothman, right? Mothman, I'm pretty sure, has more health. He's also a ruler. You don't get an anti-ruler gimmick. You don't get Mash's gimmick. Mothman removes your buffs. He becomes debuff immune. He auto NPs because of his crit gimmicks. He can basically one-shot most units. Right? Very dangerous. Right? Very, very dangerous boss fight. And guess what? You get to bring whatever units you want. Like, this is way better, right? Mothman is harder, and it's more fun because you get to bring. Oh yeah, it's true. You do get the color thing, but that's not as impactful because this is 100%. This is literally 100% attack up. So that basically the color up in the Mothman fight is like halving the ruler effectiveness, where this is basically removing it entirely. Obviously, though, it's only for this one unit. But that doesn't even come close to making up for all the other stuff Mothman does, right? Mothman can kill you very, very quickly. Like, Mothman is way harder than this fight, but there's also way more ways to approach it. Now, I don't think Mothman's like the best fight ever. Of course not. It's okay, but you know, you can do a Mori setup. You can do like straight Berserker stuff. You can solo it. There's many what you can taunt wall spam. Right, there's many ways to approach that kind of fight. Where this one, it's like there's no way you're gonna have any kind of fun budget setup here. And thank you, Myliok. I don't know if I said that right. Thank you for the 2-month sub, though. I appreciate it. Okay, I guess we'll just. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like right now, Mash could pretty much break this first health bar if I had Hans out. Because if I had Hans out, I'd have 15 more stars, so 35 stars, higher crit chance. And have crit up, and then her first skill. And she can just break this health bar. Where instead of doing that, I'm just breaking it with Jerker. But that's so much diminishing returns, right? Like Jerker's not actually doing anything like super useful. Also, we actually waste his NP drain. He drains his full NP gauge. He can have his NP right now when you break, and he'll drain the entire thing. But because I'm breaking here, he's only gonna drain the 1 tick. But, whatever. I guess we do... No reason to do our Buster card. I'd be shocked if, Jerker didn't do 136k here. Yeah, the staff is a little much. I mean, that's just, I don't hate Moriarty's younger design, although it's more like Moriarty younger plus alien god world, apparently. So that's why he's kind of weird. Wow, she did not break. But almost. But anyway, it's not awful, it's just a little too much. This stage is the same as before. It's like, if you dial it back a few notches, and it'd be fine, right? Like, Moriarty should be grandiose. Like, well, maybe not should, but you can definitely get away with making Moriarty grandiose. Like, that's fine. But it's just a little more than they need here. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that gimmick. He gets 50% chance to evade. I should have given someone a Pierce Invulnerability CE or Sure Hit CE or command codes. But I kind of forgot. Because now it's just like a complete RNG shit show. Because I think he has it for the... Okay, it's 3 turns. Yeah, it's 3 turns, 50% evade. But obviously if you just wait 3 turns, he'll have his NP, which you don't want to have to deal with that. Just get lucky for it. This fight sucks, dude. It's like... First off, that mechanic... Any fight that has that mechanic I always think sucks. It's such a bad mechanic. I mean, it's better now because there's so many more ways to bypass it and not have to roll the dice, because there's more Pierce Invulnerability CEs than ever, and Sure Hit and Pierce Invulnerability command codes. So you can just use those, but then it's like, why even have the gimmick then, right? It's like, it should either be evade, or it should not. The RNG evade is just stupid.
Because you can basically use the exact same strategy and have such a difference in outcome, right? You can play the exact same way, like two players can have the same team, have the same like philosophy and like their gameplay decisions, and the difference in like what happens can be so large. Like right here, if Jerker lands the NP, we can break, and if she doesn't, we won't, and then we don't do anything this turn essentially, right? So it's like that's like we don't need that. Like, it's literally 50-50 if I break an entire health bar or not. Like, and it takes an entire NP gauge. And, like, your other option is to wait 2 turns, which is really bad. Okay, actually, we don't break yet. We have to land. Okay, now we break. Moriarty getting really... Wow, Moriarty didn't evade a single attack there. He had 50-50 on every single one of those, and he lost the dice roll every single time. That is pretty brutal. I guess I could have saved Jerker's evade skill. I like how he drained his own NP and then he quick charged it or something. Oh, this is such a silly fight. Whose idea was this?
Okay.
What if I just braved? Nah, we'll do this. So we need to do a lot of damage here because our back row will die to an NP. Like our entire back row all dies to 1 NP, and he won't drain his NP much more. So they need to be able to just like burst them down. So no point in going for her Buster crit here because she's this attack down is actually quite significant. So not worth it here. Make stars.
Okay.
Boy, I tell you, one way to make this stage pretty simple is bring Merlin as your 1 unit and 20-30 and just have Mash do the damage. Like for real, that won't like have a problem at all. And then also Merlin's team-wide invulnerability is so good here. If it's the AoE boss with sure hit, like it's great. You know, I might save Jerker here just cause like who cares about Mash? Yeah, fuck it. We'll just save Jerker. See if that get any fun damage out of that or something. Shame Mash can't NP real quick though, just to give her the defense buff for later. What a crappy turn this is though. Actually, I should have saved Mash though. I forgot. Mash has the gimmick, which nerfs the boss, and if you let her die, you lose it. I wasn't even thinking about that. Whoops. Well, this is more interesting anyway.
数字は支配し、悪は成長する。我が悪は悪を食らい、究極の悪を具現化する。
That really is janky how his hand goes from on his face and then as it zooms out with no frame of animation, his arms are out like in the Raise the Sun pose there. Like that's kind of silly. Like literally 1 frame of animation would have made that look fine. Well, I could buff the crap out of Jerker here, but she might just die before I can do that. This is where I wish the deck spread was better. It's really hard to do damage this turn. Nice damage. Oh my god, well that's fine. She can just, I don't know, she's got so little health that she's gonna die anyway. Yeah, I guess what we do here, because we just need to win really fast, is have her NP and then just look for a crit with Antonio. Have her do the Brave chain just so we make more stars. I should have done his first skill for the stars per turn. I think we win. Be surprised if we lost. The only way we lose is if he like debuffs the hell out of Antonio, like, and then when Antonio's not debuffed, you have no Antonio cards or something like that. I'll be annoyed if Joker lives here. Uh-oh. Shit. Well, no Mozart. Let's see. Well, you can still do a lot of damage, though. Oh yeah, I never used this. Actually, he's probably dead here. That's kind of sad. I'm not sure we actually... It's probably better to do the Brave Chain, but I don't know. I don't know if he's divine or not. Oh, he's still alive. Oh, no, he dead. Oh, that was so... Blech. Like, that's the final boss, dude, and it's like, you don't... Like, if I wanted to do an Antonio setup, it'd be so much more fun if I got to bring, like, Antonio, Hans, maybe a taunt wall, and then the taunt wall's replaced by Mozart, right? Like, that's just way more fun than whatever the fuck that was, like... That's so, like, just shitty, wonky, random gameplay, right? It just aggravates the hell out of me. Good Moriarty, though. I'm really glad that they're using regular Moriarty here, though, because he just hasn't gotten to do anything, even though they had all that interlude stuff, so I'm really glad they used him here. I just would have preferred if this story was an actual story instead of it being tacked on to 6.5. I mean, this literally has nothing to do with 6.5 at all. Like, this is a completely detached thing. And then 6.5 has nothing to do with anything, right? Like, it's just... This should have been part of Lostbelt 6 or Lostbelt 7 or Lostbelt 6.5 should have actually progressed the story, right? Wait, why is what the fuck? What? What? I know she was like there in spirit this whole time, but why is she there in the flesh now? Excuse Faith Build. I'm so confused. Is V just using her corpse? Is this a Guadia moment? It's V taking Anastasia's form? Okay, that's just creepy. But why is V alive? Like, literally, why is V alive since Lostbelt 1? Like, I feel like, and again, if V was alive this whole time, why didn't he do anything during any of the other singularities? I really feel like they just made this shit up in 6.5. It doesn't matter if you're a ghost, he was still summoned like any other servant. Like, he doesn't get around all the other rules, right? Like, if his fucking, you know, host dies, right, and there's no mana, how is he staying in the world, right? Like, he's literally summoned from the Throne of Heroes. So how the fuck is he in the world right now? Nothing's giving him mana. Like, if Anastasia was still alive, sure, but she's not, so... And again, if he was alive this whole time, why didn't he do anything when, like, Kadok was getting stabbed by Korenine and shit, right? It's like, I feel like they just completely made this up, and they're just trying to justify how he's still here, like, which is bullshit.
Also, seriously, why is Charlemagne still here? So I guess Moriarty didn't die, so we didn't kill him. So either he's about to die, or he's like going to take Sherlock's place, because there's nothing else they can possibly do with the character. It's either that or he leaves and you fight him again later, I guess, but because he's against the alien god, that just doesn't make any sense. The only other thing I can think of they do is he leaves and then like tries to stop the alien god on his own and he dies, and they're using that to show off how awesome the alien god is. But I think it's more likely that he either dies here or he like joins you and takes Sherlock's place, essentially. But yeah, they could have him like, you know, fuck off and you know, be used again later to show off something else that's more important. Like, what the hell are we even talking about right now? I could definitely see him like joining. Oh god, I think he just joined us. The reason is because people were saying he was wanting to take over Chaldea and that he wanted to stop the alien god. So if we beat him, and then it's like it just makes sense that he'll be on our side now or some nonsense. Okay, so why is he fading away now and not before? Like, how would his summoning have anything to do with, oh, until Moriarty from space joins Chaldea? Like, what? Now it's not awkward, huh? Should have left with Booty Lancer. I'm telling you, it's because they just needed to give him more screen time. That's why they forced him on the team. They just want you to roll for him. Right? He didn't have enough screen time before, so he has to have a little special bit at the end when the other characters don't. I'm sure they came up with some bullshit excuse, but like, it's just bullshit. Okay, so I'm almost positive he's on our side now. Maybe begrudgingly, I don't know, but like, we did the command spell thing, and he's not dead, so I guess, yeah, he's taken Moriarty's, or Sherlock's place. Moriarty took Moriarty's place, wow. Just give myself a medal here. I mean, I like Charlemagne just fine, but I don't need, like, that weird tack-on bit there. What is this background right now? Hey, Pepe! Too bad he died. Well, I mean, maybe he's alive, but I doubt it. Chat, explain to me, for real, explain to me, chat, why at the last leg of the race is Moriarty becoming like part of the team, but Canis in Lostbelt 5 doesn't? That doesn't make any sense, right? Like, Canis had a lot of character like development throughout the story, was an ongoing character. Wadim's last wish was to like go on adventures with Chaldea. And he was on our side at the end because his plan failed, so he switched to our side, and then he died because, you know, we're awesome. They'd already established that she got along with like Godolph and everything, and she could already travel between Lost Belts, and she could already establish contracts with other masters, and she was already an established character, but she doesn't get to be part of the main cast. But then Moriarty now does in 5 seconds. With no build-up whatsoever. Like, why? Like, it's just stupid. Like, and here's the thing. What would have been better is if normal Moriarty became part of the main story, because at least he had build up with normal Moriarty in the interludes and stuff, right? So which is not great, but it's at least something, right? But it just feels so weird that like Moriarty just now is on the team for some fucking reason. Oh, who knows? Maybe he's gonna fade away in 5 seconds for some fucking reason. That'd almost be stupider at this point, though. So I don't even like this. All just seems very weird to me the way they're handling it. Yeah, have old Moriarty get summoned, or just because I mean he's part of Chaldia anyway, right? That's why he was there earlier. And just have him take over, right? Like that would work better than this. This doesn't feel earned. And that goes for more than Moriarty. That goes for like the entire fucking plot right now. Like why is V alive? Right? They didn't mention anything to do with that, and all of a sudden V's alive. Even though we've had all this time with Caddock and the other stories, and there was not even a hint at V. So like, why? I just feel like we're making shit up, and we're just like putting a cast together for the finale that has no reason to be part of the finale. Did he die? I don't know. Did he go back to Chaldia? Because Vlad, I think, has been back to Chaldia. That's why he didn't like have sparkles. I have no idea what's going on right now. Like, why are we camping? Like, why are we still here? What is going on? Do we get s'mores out of this? I know I'm being awfully negative right now, but this just seems like really bad storytelling to me. Now, I can't read the Moon Rune specifically, so I don't know the, like, you know, dialogue. You know, they might have good character dialogue, and that's fine, but the actual plot points seem a little ridiculous. Hey, Cadroth. I'm about to wrap up myself, though, but I appreciate the raid. But, we're finishing up 6.5 here. Now we're going way the hell out here. Okay, so most of the plot I can completely follow, right? But I don't get why we're still here. I guess are we like connected to Lostbelt 7 through this or something? Loading. Wait, are we seriously going to Area 51? I mean, I know they're going to do that eventually, but I don't see why. So what? Why is this like Singularity connected to that? I don't see why you wouldn't just go back to your ship, and like I don't get why the Singularity is still here. I need some context here. Naruto run to victory. I can't take the Area 51 plot point seriously, dude. Oh god. I wonder if that's going to be an event or like a prologue or something. Or if it's just going to be like the intro to the 7-1. Because let's be honest, it's not going to be Lostbelt 7, it's going to be Lostbelt 7-1 and Lostbelt 7-2. Like, I mean, of course it is. So I'm guessing Moriarty's going to be like a frenemy. We're having a Looney Tunes moment. Why is this how we get to Area 51, dude? Oh god, I need to read a translation for this part, because this is weird. This is weird, man. What the hell is going on in this story? So he's Alien God Police Force. Oh, is he still? I was saying that earlier. I didn't think he was dead. Because he did the sand fake thing. I wish his toolkit was more interesting. Like, he's literally for scatty farming, and that's it. Like, his toolkit, so... Is he dead now? Shit, because I heard the fade away there. So why did he die there? He was like dead this whole time, or like hanging on by a thread or something? So why was he there? He basically made clones of himself. So I guess when he got dusted earlier, that one died, and it was just a different clone. But then why did we just kill him there? And then why is he out here in the desert, and why does this connect to Area 51? Like, that's the big question. Life could must go. Yeah, I'm curious if this is gonna be like a prologue to Lostbelt 7 or an event or something. Because I didn't watch the story on my main, but I saw that once you beat this, you know, you get the Lostbelt 7 like chapter picture, and it's, you know, not Area 51 by any means. Okay, is that it for Moriarty? So does he just like bring you here, then he's gone? I don't know if that's dumber or less dumb than like what I was saying before. Oh my god. This whole thing has been so weird. Okay, so now this is actual main story now, I think. Yeah, okay, now we're talking, right? But see, we should have had this story like a year ago. I wonder if that's that one dude that, I forgot his name. It was David? But it was like, that reporter guy. So, I feel like they're basically out of filler now. I don't think they can possibly stall anymore. So, next main story is probably real main story. It's a lot of grails. I guess it's one for each faction, I guess. So this gets main interluded. You have to go to the main interlude UI to do the free quests, which I don't really get that, but yeah, see, that's like, you know, an Aztec temple, right? That's not Area 51, so I don't know if they're gonna do like a little prologue event before Lostbelt 7, and that's gonna be Area 51, or if Area 51 is just part, because like, you know, you go to Avalon in Lostbelt 6, right? Different map and stuff. So I'm kind of curious what they're gonna do with that. But yeah, there's definitely going to be a Lostbelt 7-1 and a Lostbelt 7-2. Actually, that's the thing. They can do more filler. That's the thing. Like, look at Atlantis. You know, Olympus was what mattered, and Atlantis was just a made-up obstacle to stop you from going to Olympus. So, like, whatever is going on in Lostbelt 7 that matters, and it's going to, like, explain Daybit, Ort, Alien God, right? That's just going to be in Lostbelt 7-2, and you can't really get there. And then there's just bullshit in your way, and you have to overcome made-up nonsense that has nothing to do with anything in Lostbelt 7-1. And then when you do that, 6 months later, they'll put out 7-2, and that's the actual story. So yeah, no, they can still stall. I take it back. They can still stall. That's just been the way the Lostbelts have been. Like, they do every opportunity to take it slower. Moriarty said Area 51 is a singularity in that final scene, so it'll be 100% be an event or a filler. I mean, it could be like you know, a prologue, you know, a little prologue thing. It'd be weird if it was an event, but I mean, the Veach thing was an event, so yeah, it could just be an event. We'll see. That would suck. God, Area 51 has been like an overarching like thing for the whole goddamn thing, so making it like the Veach event would really suck. I really wish they would stop doing that. I just feel like the storytelling in the Lostbelts have been a mess. I mean, it's been an absolute mess. I feel like they're putting like scheduling ahead of literally anything that makes sense for the story, right? They've just decided like they need main stories to drop on certain dates, and they don't want the main story to end too soon, so they're just kind of, you know, when they're like, oh, we want the meaningful main story at the end of the year, so we need to put like some bullshit filler story here in the middle of the year, so we buy ourselves time to do the actual main story at the end of the year, right? It's shit like that, and they just. The bloat by the end of it is just insane. I mean, we've got all these weird events like 4.5 and then, you know, 5.5 was main story, but then you got the Veach event, which was an event, but then it's a main interlude, and then 6.5, and then it's just like, what the fuck, right? It's really weird. I'm really not a fan. I hate to be negative. I'm just not really a fan. You know, obviously there's still good stuff. You know, there's good boss fights. Fluffy was cool. Zeus was cool. You know, good music. You know, there's been cool characters and all that. Like, you know, it's not all negative or anything, but the overall storytelling just feels really just, bleh, like, good lord. It's too slow. It's too shallow of a concept. Like this alien god, Area 51, you know, Sherlock, Bleached Earth, you know, all these Guadia, like those things. It's a story, it's a plot. You can do stuff with it, sure, but they've spread it out over like 7 years. It's just like. Oh my god, right? It's whack. Anyway, boys, I think we'll wrap up there. It's super late. Well, we're done, so now we can kind of go back to like testing out units. We'll use Beastly's Psycho Lady tomorrow, right? And we'll work at some Arc Knights again now because we'll have more time for that. So next stream we'll just kind of dick around with the new units and like fighting Richard and stuff like that, and then maybe play the Bazette account or something. But then yeah, we'll do some Arc Knights. But thank you guys for hanging out, and I will see you all soon. Take care. I should raid someone, but I'm not sure anyone. Let's see, who's streaming FGO? What do we got? Oh, here's Sharkwado. Here we go. We'll give Sharkwado a raid. Perfect. All right, boys. I will definitely be streaming tomorrow, unless today is Thursday. What is today? Okay, no, it's just Monday. Not even close. All right, yeah, we're good. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I will see you then, and take care. I see those nickels.